All right, should be going live. Let's see if anyone's in here, and let's see if the stream is working. That feels good. Hey, by the way, I mean, this should be obvious that restarting fixes things, but I had trouble getting the stream started, and I just rebooted, and it fixed internet things, which is funny to me because it didn't seem like that was a thing. I might bring a light in here so I can get my face a little brighter. One second, let me grab a light. Oh, and I don't have the thing. Okay, hold on. Off to a good start, pals. Oh my god, I do have the... Oh, jeez. This is great. It's going really well. Very happy with the quality of this stream. Okay, that's better. Got a little light on my face so you can see what's going on. My goodness, there's a lot of people here. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. Here's the deal. I thought it would be kind of fun to do... a live stream where I just edit during the whole thing. This is my whiteboard in the background that I still have yet to put up since moving in November. All right. I am going to turn this on to live chat so we can see things a little bit more clearly. Yeah, it's going to be a real chill stream. Let's get Premiere open. And I don't know why I thought this would be fun. Like, I still think it will be fun, but I don't know why. It just seemed like it would be kind of a fun thing to try. Probably want to move this to the side. Although I still want to see it, so maybe I'll just keep it here. I'm editing a BPS video, and I was on Charlie's stream the other day. Oh, Ian, never mind. Yeah, this is the Rocket Boys video. We could look at that. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff that I didn't properly... Okay, I'll just offline all of them. Oh, wait, no. I can't do this because I'm going to get... Lizzo is going to claim my video. I can't play it. Alright, so this is the new BPS video for the Sprint Flight 3. Excuse me. And I just wanted to edit it, and I thought it would be kind of fun to do that on stream. So I'll just play the launch real quick, and then we'll do some editing. This should go up maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. I don't know. Just kind of whenever it's ready. Oh boy. Alright. Come on, Premiere. Wow, it really didn't like that. Well, an easier way to do this is to just look at the clip itself. So, yeah, some of the footage is really hard for the computer to play back because it's very... the quality is really high. But here's the launch that we're doing this to. Oh, it's on the headphones? What is going on, man? My audio is all messed up. Yeah, there we go.
Excellent.
And then we come down to the ground, so it's a pretty normal flight. We have this pitch over maneuver, which is pretty cool. Joe, you need to build yourself a PC and NAS for 4K editing. proxies make things so much easier, and I just spent too much money on a new computer, so we're not doing any new crazy hardware for a little bit. But anyway, I have all of this talking footage that I filmed. When did I film it? This morning. That's when I filmed it. I have a bunch of talking footage here, and my goal was to go through and edit this stuff so you guys can see how much I don't get right on the first try, and how like some clips it's really easy. Some clips I'm like totally able to nail it on the first try, and some clips are just awful, and it takes me like 30 tries. So, yeah, that's all. Should be a chill stream. To steal the MKBHD term, it's a little bit of quarantine content. Let's see. What else did I want to say? Oh, I wanted to show the color correction stuff. So this is, I've got 3 layers of color correction going on here. This is what the footage looks like coming out of the camera. And this is actually a proxy. So it's a file that represents the file. If I go here, you can maybe see the difference on the stream when I toggle the proxy. It changes just a little bit. Actually, this means they're 1 frame out of sync, which is probably just due to the camera being a little weird. But you can see, look at the edges, especially like right around here on the face. When the proxy's on, the proxy's I think 720, and the original file is 4K, so the difference is stark. But the proxy lets you edit with the same colors and almost the same everything, but it's a much easier file to process. If I don't have the proxies on, if I turn proxy files off, it's very hard for the computer to keep up when I scrub through, right? It's difficult for the computer to keep up during that. And then if I toggle the proxies, it's much easier for the computer to keep up because it's only reading that proxy file, and that's only what it's showing me. Looks like we're dropping a couple of frames here. Hopefully things are coming back now. Oh my gosh. I hate this. Why does it do this? All right. Why are we dropping frames? I'm quitting everything that doesn't need to be open. Creative Cloud. Goodbye. Quit. 456. 478. Why are we dropping frames? I hate this. Why do we do this? It's like a periodic thing that happens. What's running right now? 90. It's not a hard drive performance thing. I wonder if it is just... I don't think... I guess it could be... it's a Saturday. There's probably a lot of people online. But it seems intermittent. So what else would be online right now? I mean, this computer's online. What if I take it off? There's nothing else online. I don't have any smart home stuff that would be hogging it. If I take this offline, I don't think there's a difference. I'm plugged in. It's not wireless. This is garbage. Maybe my bitrate's too high. Okay, we'll do that. We can also do... We can get rid of this. This. Am I using BNO055 with interrupts? No, I'm not. Well, what do we do here, pals? Because this sucks. 1376. We'll see if we can hold it there. Uh, 1391. Could drop down to like even lower. I guess I'm not moving a whole lot around, so maybe like 3,000. Let's just try to hold it there. 1391, and we'll try at 3,000 for the bit rate. Because there's not a lot moving around, it's mostly static, so a lower bit rate should be fine. Spend $54,000 on a Mac Pro, then you won't have any computing issues outside of internet. I have a Mac Pro. That's what I'm editing on now. All right, it seems like we're kind of stable here. I'm not going to push it beyond the current bit rate, which should be fine, right? Like, if I go through a bunch, I create a bunch of mess. How does this look on the stream? Oh, this looks fine. Okay, great. 1391, and it's pretty much holding at this bit rate. So we'll see. We'll see if this works. All right. Yeah, let's go. So we were talking about proxies. Anyway, that's what the proxy does, and then I've got a bunch of color correction on here. I pushed it pretty hard, and for the color correction, I use the scopes. What is it? Lumetri scopes. And so you use this to, oh my gosh, where is it? Here it is. You use this to look at what's going on in the image, and it's very hard to read if you're not familiar with it. So basically, from left to right on the scope, you can try to have it match the original frame. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. You can try to have it match the original frame from left to right. Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit easier to see. So, what we're doing is on top is the white stuff. On top is the light colors, and on bottom is the black. The bottom, you can start to see what's happening in the image. So if we pan left to right, we're basically just showing what colors and their luminosity or luma, whatever. So this little green guy down at the bottom here, that's echo. See in the frame right there, that's echo. You have the thumb tube right here, which is also pretty black, and so you can see a lot of the things around 20 right there, like 20%. You can see sprint and the launch pad in the frame by seeing all of the stuff down here, and then this is sprint occupying this area. So see, there's not a lot of bright stuff except for the white letters up here, and there's this sort of tube in the scopes. A lot of like the stuff that you see here with the slight red tint. See these curves right here? This is the wall. So this is the wall because the wall is sort of a tan-ish tint, right? And so essentially with that, we have a little bit more red than any other color. This is basically representing the color mix of the wall. This right here is my shirt, which you can see blue is on the top. Blue is the lightest color. Red, which is the opposite of blue, is the lowest, right? And so as I move around, you can see me move around in the scope. Can you see it? You can also see the window, right? This is the window. It's clipping because it's really, really bright. And this also changes if I change the color correction. So when I color correct, this is the original file. So then first I do a little bit of white balance correction because the white balance, I got it off a little bit. Then I push things really hard, right? We're not using any of this stuff up here except for the window, which is just blown out. And we're not using any of the stuff down here. So I sort of spread it out so we have a more dynamic image. It's a little bit punchy. I might dial this back later on. But I like it quite a bit. And then finally, there's this guy right here, which is, that's just spreading out the blacks a little bit more, pushing those down just a little bit harder. Okay, now we've got 1448 drop frames. Let's see, hopefully it doesn't get much worse than that. Okay, anyway, we have to start editing. So I don't need the scopes now. We'll just close those. Oh, I need to close the boys project too. All right, here's what we've got so
Hi
far.
everyone, my name's Joe Barnard, and welcome to the Rocket Factory. This is the room where I build all of my rockets, and I thought it would be a more interesting set than my desk. This is Sprint, and what you just saw was the third flight of this vehicle. Here are the main takeaways. Number 1, the pitchover maneuver. That is intentional. It's programmed into the flight software, and it works pretty well. Number 2, the kick at liftoff where the vehicle tilts over. That's not intentional, but it's just an effect of misaligning the thrust vector control mount. It's pretty hard to get right on the ground, but the guidance system handled it pretty well.
Okay, so this is what it looks like in between a
Number
take.
3, it's so dark. Number 3, it is so dark. I failed for 2 times. Oh my god, what am I trying to say? Number 3, it's so dark. I know, I shouldn't be filming when it's this dark. Number 3, it is...
So you can see it takes like quite a few tries to get it right sometimes. All right, Jeff says I watched 1 minute of this and got bored. Bye, Jeff.
Number 3, it's so... Number 3, it's...
This took me a lot of takes to
playing
get
it
right.
way too close to the... Keep playing it way too... Nope.
Okay, so now I'll cut basically at the very beginning. I use the arrow keys, and I try to get it usually like right on the start. Can we get a bye, Jeff, in the chat for Jeff who is bored by this content? I don't blame him, by the way, but so then I delete the stuff in between, and we can go through it now.
System handled it pretty well. Number 3, it's so dark.
And I would probably like cut like 1 frame out of there, just so we get a little faster.
Pretty well. Number 3, it's so dark, and this one is on me.
So then right at the tail, honestly, we can cut that off a little bit more because I know what's coming up next. A lot of this, you know, a good thank you all for the bye Jeffs in the chat. A lot of what makes this easier to do is if you record and edit on the same day. So that's what I'm doing right now. I know what I said and I know what I stumbled on during the video. And that's going to help me basically pick out what I know will work and then what I know won't.
I keep playing it way too... For this launch, the motor failed to...
Okay, right. So this is like a different section here
For this launch, the motor failed to ignite.
because I know that I'm starting with a different sentence.
I keep playing it way too close to the...
So I know that usually the last one that I do, as soon as there's a difference between this chunk of text and this chunk of text, I know like... I don't even have to watch whatever I said here because it's probably not relevant as long as I start the same.
I keep playing it way too...
Yeah. Oh, is Jeff staying? Jeff is staying. Okay, so we'll cut this.
I keep playing it way too close to the chest by trying to launch exactly at sunset, and if something goes wrong or gets delayed, it gets dark real fast.
Okay, so we'll just start to fly through this. What happened? Oh, we got to the we accidentally went to the beginning of the timeline. All right, we're gonna speed run this. You ready? All right. We're doing better on dropping frames now.
For this launch, the motor failed to... This flight, the motor... For this flight, the motor failed to... Number 3, it is so dark.
Oops. See, sometimes this happens too, where I decide to go all the way back to the beginning of what I said.
For this flight, the motor failed...
Yeah. So I'll cut this out later.
Number 3, it is so dark, and this one is on me. I usually try to launch at sunset because there's a nice contrast between the pad lighting, the ground lighting, the rocket, the exhaust, and the sky. That's usually a great time to launch because it looks really cool. But if you can't get it right at sunset, you lose a lot of light really quickly. And I played this one too close to the chest.
Okay.
For this flight, the motor failed to ignite twice before finally lifting off on the 3rd attempt. And we have a bit of a theme going here. On the first flight of Sprint, it lifted off right away. These Apogee F10 motors...
Okay, great. So this is a final take.
For this... to the chest. For this flight, the motor failed to ignite twice before finally lifting off on the 3rd attempt. And we have a bit of a theme going here. On the first flight of Sprint, it lifted off right away. On the second flight of Sprint, it took 2 tries. On the 3rd flight, it took 3 tries. It just be like that sometimes.
Okay, So this is kind of a fun thing. Like I made a little ha 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 joke.
Tries. It just be like that sometimes.
And so
Tries.
right at the start, what I can do is use the cut tool and then punch in just a little bit for a little comedic punch, huh? How about that? Oh boy, my computer is struggling.
It just be like that sometimes.
I'm gonna stop recording, and that should help it.
It just be like that sometimes.
I would go a little harder on the punch in, like 110. And then I would go a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. That's probably what I want.
It just be like that sometimes. Times.
Alright, cut it off earlier. Okay, so now next section.
These Apogee F10 motors are these Apogee F10 motor. Number 4.
Okay, great. So I know that this is it.
These Apogee F10 motors that I've been using are really hard to ignite, and sometimes it takes a couple of tries. So for the next flight, I will have to launch earlier before sunset, so that if something goes wrong, we don't lose all of our light. All of our light.
Okay.
Yep.
Looks like the internet is crapping out more, which is fun.
Number 4. Number 4. The speaking of mass, let's jump into the stat.
Okay, great.
All of our light. Number 4. The vehicle was much lighter this time. In an effort to gear up for
It just be like that sometimes.
some of these higher altitude and higher speed flights, I reprinted almost every single part with one boundary layer and almost no infill, and I was able to cut back the mass by about 130 grams.
Okay, so now we jump into the stats here.
The runner-up to this flight was the G8.
Nope,
We got up to 165.
nope,
We got up to 100.
Nope.
Speaking of the mass, let's talk.
this is it. Some sections are shorter than others. It's nicer to get the longer ones, but the shorter ones allow for some good jump cuts.
Grams. Speaking of the mass,
I could cut this. Yeah, there it is. Just a little peep bit right there.
by about 130 grams. Speaking of the mass, let's talk stats for this flight.
Okay. I'm gonna expand this just so it's a little easier to see. When we get another a new Cooking with Joey B. Not sure yet.
We got up to 165 meters above ground level.
Oh, check this out. So I'm looking down because
Up to 100.
let's see.
The runner-up to this.
Yeah. I already know in my head that I'm going to overlay footage on whatever is happening right here. So I'm cool.
We got up
just
to 165 meters.
I'm cool just like looking at the script or looking at what my notes are. It's a little bit easier to do that, especially if you know that you're going to overlay footage there. You can just cheat a little bit.
We got up to 165 flight. We got up to 165 meters above ground level on an Apogee F10, and this is an altitude record for thrust vector controlled flights, at least for me. It's definitely not a general altitude record.
Okay, and this is another good opportunity for a punch-in.
Thrust vector controlled flights, at least for me.
Yeah, like right there, and we'll go into 110, roughly. Whoops. There.
It's definitely not a general altitude record.
Okay.
Runner-up to this, the runner-up to this flight, what the max velocity.
Okay.
The runner-up to this.
Is Jeff leaving again? Okay, I'm going this time. I'm going this time, but it's to watch Star Trek, so bye. Bye, Jeff. F for Jeff in the chat, please. I love that we already have a dislike. Someone was like, no, screw this guy.
The runner-up to this flight was the G8ST flight that we did in May of 2018 with an apogee of 132 meters. We were so close to passing it on the last flight, and this one certainly did it.
I can't remember if I'm going to keep this.
And this one certainly did it.
I think there are footage overlays there too.
The max velocity was 46. Maximum velocity was the maximum velocity. The maximum velocity started off at a normal velocity.
A lot of velocity.
The
Join me Join me, Joey B, for the stream where you hear the same sentence like 60 times.
The maximum velocity was 46 meters per second, and you can see it in the plot here. Hold up.
Oh, here we go, yeah.
We start off at a normal velocity, and then something changes. The vehicle engages like maximum yeet mode. Yeet mode.
Okay.
We start off at a normal velocity, something that we would.
I missed it.
Let's look at the accelerator. Let's look at. We start off at a normal velocity, something that we would expect from a motor like this, and then halfway through the burn, the vehicle engages like maximum yeet mode or something.
Okay, got a couple of takes of that.
We start off at a normal velocity.
Yeah, so I don't need this.
We start off at a normal velocity, something that we would expect from a motor like this, and then halfway through the burn, the vehicle engages like maximum yeet mode or something.
Cool.
Let's look at the accelerometer data.
How does the sound come through when I do this?
Velocity, something that we would.
I missed it.
Let's look at the accelerometer.
Oh, it's fine. This is good. This works. Oh, it's fine. All right.
Let's look at the accelerometer.
Oh, come on. All right.
Let's look at the direct. Let's look at the. Let's look at the data.
Let's look at the data.
Let's look at.
Oh my God, Joe, please.
Let's look at the acceleration.
Spare me.
That thrust curve.
This is why I won't hire an editor. This is why I don't think I ever want to hire an editor. I just don't want to put anyone else through this. Like, I feel like I'm the only one who should have to tolerate
Or
this.
something. Let's look at the acceleration.
We're already going crazy with the quarantine. Might as well lean into it by listening to the same line 30 times.
Ages like maximum yeet mode or something. Let's look at the acceleration data.
That's a clean jump cut, by the way. For a long time, I left my jump cuts a little too lax, and I think for some people it's a little bit too fast. Like it's a little too snappy. But I really like the feel of the Vlogbrothers videos, and they do jump cuts like this. The other thing you can do, I never really do this a lot. Actually, I just never do it. But what you can do is you can peel back
Mode or something. Let's look at the acceleration.
You can peel back this clip, and you can overlay them, something like that, so that when your word tails off, this is probably too much, but when one word tails off, you like, yeah, you do something like this.
Yeet mode or something. Let's look at the acceleration.
See that this is not a good candidate for it to happen, but sometimes you can do that, and that makes things kind of cool. I also have these clips linked, so now I have to fix this. Okay, there we go.
Mode or something. Let's look at the acceleration.
Whoops! See, I goofed it hard now, huh? All right, this should be fine. I don't want to mess with this again.
Yeet mode or something. Let's look at the acceleration data here. As the burn progresses, things look pretty normal. Normal. That thrust curve matches what we see in the data sheet. That thrust curve matches what we... But as it keeps going, that thrust curve...
Let's look at the accelerator.
That thrust curve matches what we see in the data sheet. But as it keeps going, we get this gradual spike in thrust. I'm not a propulsionist.
Oh God, this one took me a lot. One of these I'm not a propulsion engineers took me like 40 tries.
I'm not a propulsionist. I am not a propulsion expert.
I'm not a propulsion expert.
I am not a propulsion expert. I feel like I say this every video. Inside of the rocket.
Okay, cool. So this one is.
I am not a propulsion expert. I feel like I say this every video now, but here is what I think is happening. This is what I would refer to as a casing debond.
Oh.
Bond.
And here we go. As I realize that I'm gonna need a prop for this, so I think I look for a new. Here we go. Hold on.
Inside of the rocket motor, you have a slug or a chunk of propellant, and then you have the casing, which goes on top of it. Can I get an example here? I can get an example. Hold on. Stand by.
No, this is all me talking to myself.
We can make this cool.
Let's see what I say.
I am pretty sure we can make this. That's one of them. Here's another, and this one has a motor in it. Great.
There's a lot of heavy breathing.
This is a rocket motor. This
Okay, so now I'm like rehearsing the line.
is much more high powered.
Here we go. All right.
This is a rocket motor. It's a
This.
this
Let's look at the acceleration data.
is a rocket motor.
I know.
The rocket motor has D-bond. This is a rocket motor. D-bond. This is a rocket motor. It's a much larger one than a rocket like this would use, but it'll help us explain what's going on.
That's nice. Thanks
Explain
for
what's
telling
going
me.
on. Ins,
What am I saying?
ins, 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 ins.
Please leave. Please unsubscribe.
The rocket motor has two main parts. The rocket motor has two main parts. This motor has two main parts. This motor has two main. This motor has two main parts. We have
This is great. I'm glad I did this. I'm glad I streamed this because I forget how
this.
punishing this process is, or like I tone it out. But when there are people watching, I'm forced to realize it.
Going on. This motor has two main parts. We have the casing, which encases the explosion, and then we have the propellant. Here's the nozzle. Here's the end cap.
I do a lot of generalization in this segment. I'm not sure it was really well thought out.
This is actually the liner. If we assume that this propellant
Okay.
end cap, this is actually not the propellant. You have small propellant
Okay, we gotta tighten that up, boy.
cap.
That might be too close.
Here's the nozzle, here's the end cap. This is actually not the propellant. You have small propellant grains that are in here, but high power motors work a little bit differently than the low power ones, so like just go with it.
We could do something funny with this. Let's try it. Let's try to do a little bit of a funny deal here, as the kids say. Let's meme it up, as Arsenio says.
This is actually not the propellant. You have small
We're gonna cut on consonants here, so we're gonna cut on propellant, right?
propellant.
And we can zoom in real tight, because even though this looks bad, right? Like this looks weird and pixelated, we have to remember we're editing with proxies, and so 4K, when we do this, this looks like a nice shot when we toggle those proxies back on. And when we turn them off, it's not as good, but we just sort of deal with it.
Propellant grains that are in here, but
Okay, that wasn't a good cut.
have small.
The other rule is cut on motion. So my hand is moving, so it's not really what you want. You usually want to cut on like head turns or larger motion, but this might do.
You have small propellant.
Maybe we'll do like there. Whoop, that's the wrong tool. Shoot. Oh my gosh.
You have small propellant grains that are in.
That's like somewhat seamless. We could do a fun little crossfade here. Nice little, yeah.
Actually not the propellant. You have small propellant grains that are in here, but high.
That's if you're tripping. All right.
Motors.
Oh, geez, I went to the beginning again. Okay, great. Here we go. My computer does not love streaming and editing at the same time. tell you that much. Jeff is still here. Jeff continues to insist he is leaving, and then he shows up again. Jeff, my dude, you are full of it.
Small propellant grains that are in here, but high power.
Okay, so now we could do a little bit of a meme. We could keyframe the position and scale.
High power motors work a little bit differently than the low power ones, so like just go with it.
Okay, so like what we do is I would, okay, no, I'm not gonna cut there, but I am gonna keyframe here. So like we zoom in a little bit, do a little bit of a meme.
Go with it. Just go with it. But high power motors work a little bit differently than the low power ones, so like just go with it. Just go with it.
Yeah, and then we could do a third one. This might be too much meme, frankly, but we do a third punch in, and this is where we start to push the 4K.
High power motors work a little bit differently than the low power ones, so like just go with it. High power motors work a little bit differently than the low power ones, so like just go with it.
What do we think? Let's cut the next clip in.
If we assume that this propellant is burning from essentially the
All right, let's have the chat vote.
This is actually not the
So this is the clip, and I'll try to see if it can play back in 4K. We'll let it render out just a little bit, and we're gonna vote on if this meme is okay to include or if it's too much.
propellant. You have small propellant grains that are in here, but high power.
Okay, this is not gonna work. Thank you. Okay, we have to do the proxies.
This is actually not the propellant. You have small propellant grains that are in here, but high power motors work a little bit differently than the low power ones, so like just go with it. If we assume that this propellant is burning from one end,
I think that's fine. It's quick enough that it's fine. I'd prefer less meme, says Chemfic. Let's see. What do other people think? It's good. Disagree. I like. It's okay to me. More memes. You need all the meme. I'm good with it. All right, we're gonna leave it, but we're gonna try to not overdo it. Someone made a comment that I think was. Oh, where's that noise? Someone made a comment on like 2 videos ago. They were like, "You need to stop with the punch-ins," and I actually think they were right. I probably did too much.
If we assume that this propellant is burning from one end to the other, we would call that an end burner rocket. That's what is used in a rocket like Sprint.
Okay.
Essentially, the face of the propellant. Essentially, as this propellant.
Let's look at the acceleration data here.
The amount of thrust. Like Sprint. Essentially, as this propellant slug is inside of this motor casing, we're burning from the bottom all the way up to the top. And once we reach the top, the motor stops.
Might be doing a little too much explanation here. I never know how to gauge that.
The amount of thrust we get is a function of a couple of different things, but one of the major things.
This is a chunky section. This might have to get cut up.
Things there is how much propellant is burning at once. If you only burn the end, you get a constant surface area of propellant that burns through the whole time. But what if the flame front starts to move up the side and chew off the rocket propellant that's on the side? If it can slip up in between the propellant grain and the casing, if the motor can get inside there, it's very hard to illustrate with just these 2 parts. You end up burning much more surface area and your thrust increases. So how can we confirm that this is what's going on with the motor in Sprint?
I think this is good. That's pretty cohesive. Does this make sense to everyone? I think that was pretty good. You start risking a lot when you get into these longer sections because they get really hard to cut up. I try to intentionally leave pauses so I can make cuts, and this one just felt like I could probably do it all in one go. Joe, what was your thrust to weight ratio on Sprite? Kemphic, I think the max was like 1.3, maybe. It was pretty low. Maybe more than that. But can't be that much more. Alright, makes sense.
The other thing that we can look at, if we think it through a little bit, let's think about it here. Let's think about it here.
Is this the same thing?
So if we think it through a little bit, if you're burning your propellant faster, let's think about it here. If you have more surface area exposed, so as another
Yeah. Hey! Thanks, JR. Thanks for the super chat. Much appreciated. I might have a message to get back to you on Twitter from... I haven't checked for a little bit.
Going on with the motor in Sprint. Let's think about it here. If you have more surface area exposed...
The other thing that I can do is as the video goes further along, we've got all of this cut up, right? As the video goes further along, I can start to ease up on how fast I'm cutting. Mostly when I'm cutting really fast at the beginning, I'm thinking about viewer retention. I'm thinking about someone who hasn't seen this stuff before and isn't necessarily super interested in rockets. So if we move pretty fast and we keep the edit really, pun intended, sprightly, it's a lot easier for someone to stay interested. But if I start slowing down and doing these longer sections like this, you don't want too many of those up front. So you can see the cuts. I mean, mostly it's concentrated around here, but you kind of want to keep these cuts brief at the beginning, and then you can ease up for the people who are already more interested. That's my take on it, but I also don't know if that's the right one. Uno momento. Okay. Thank you, Eric. Wow, guys, you don't need to super chat for this type of thing. I just thought it would be fun to stream this. There's no need. Please, I feel like we're all gonna kind of need the money when the economy is having a bad day. So. Oh, I forgot about this.
Assuming it at a faster rate.
Okay, I need to refresh.
Confirm that this is what's going on with the motor in Sprint. Let's think about it here. If you have more surface area exposed and burning, you're going to burn through all of that propellant faster, right? You're consuming it at a faster rate just because of how things be.
It's a pretty good one. Just slipped it in a little bit.
So another way to check is if... So as another reference, let's look at how long the motor... So as another reference, let's look at the data sheet for how long the motor is supposed to burn, which is... And then when we go back into...
I gotta overlay the data sheet for this.
So as another reference, let's look at the data sheet for how long the motor is supposed to burn, which is between 6.5 or 7 seconds. And then when we go back into the acceleration data, we can see it's much shorter than that. So we're consuming the propellant at a faster rate.
Dope. Hold on, let me just take care of one quick thing. Chill stream alert. Joey B texting people on the stream alert. Alright. Coming to the end here.
Propellant at a faster rate. Thing. These are model. So here's.
I might need more coffee. It might be time.
So here's the thing. These are model rockets. This isn't real aerospace. We're not dealing with the tolerances and the quality requirements of the space shuttle boosters. These are model rocket motors, and they fail sometimes. That's just how it happens.
Boy. I already know somebody is going to try to actually me in the comments about the space shuttle boosters. I'm really looking forward to that.
How it happens.
So that is one of the bummers about this stuff. Is like I feel like I have to think really hard about what I'm gonna say. I guess that makes sense. Like, but I know, like I know the comment someone's gonna leave about, well, the shuttle boosters weren't that great. They blew up a shuttle. Like, come on, man. All right, I'm arguing with myself about this. All right.
And the quality requirements of the space shuttle boosters. These are model rocket motors, and they fail sometimes. That's just how it happens.
I think I wanted to cut this off.
These are model rocket motors, and they fail sometimes.
So I can get real careful about this cut, and I think I can take out the how it happens, because I knew...
Cut out the...
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, I'm going to cut out the how it happens.
So I make a note to myself there, because I know I don't want that in there.
I wanted a better sense. I wanted this... That said, this whole channel... I wanted a better... That said, this channel is about... That said...
Oh, I forgot about that.
That said, this whole channel is... That said, this whole channel... That said, this whole channel is built around... That said, this whole channel is basically built... That said, this whole channel is built around me pretending to work it. That said, this whole channel is... That said, this whole channel is... I'll say it one last time.
Oh, jeez. That was a good one. I struggled on that for a bit.
That's it.
Alright, so I'm going to cut this off.
And they fail sometimes. That's just how it happens. That's it.
So I wanted to cut that out, and I don't know if I can, but I think I might be able to.
Boosters. These are model rocket motors, and they fail sometimes. That said, this whole channel...
You get like 3 or 4 passes per video on rough cuts, depending on who you are. I mean, this isn't actually a rule, but my vibe of it is you get like 3 or 4 passes on like, okay, this cut was rough, but like people will forgive it, and this is going to be one of those rough cuts.
Sometimes. That said, this whole channel is built around pretending I work in the real aerospace industry. So I cut the motor open to see what happened inside.
Okay, and then now we're gonna fade in some music. Oh boy. I wonder if I can just rip it from one of these. What do I have? Oh, I think I have it in the model verification video too. Okay, flight 1. Maybe I'll do one of the longer versions of the Sprint song. Alright, well, there's some music's going to go in here, and then I'm going to represent that with an adjustment layer. So I'm going to pull that back, and then we're going to do some of the motor footage. Ooh, I got to attach these. Okay, so in Premiere, I'm going to go to Proxy, Attach Proxies. Here's the problem. Okay, so this will work, but the proxies aren't good. Like they represent the clip, but they don't represent the clip. Maybe they will. Let's see if this works. Okay. In this clip, I cut this open. This has got to be super long. Yeah. Let's do one of these. Oh my goodness. Okay, great. We're going to use that. Now, what happens if... But this is shot in slow-mo, which is a problem, because if I do this, if I toggle proxies off... this sucks. Here's the problem. Let me show you the problem. in Flight 3, this is where I have the stuff. So I have this, I'm shooting with the Zcam E2, and I have all of the footage for when I cut things up. So when I shoot in a variable frame rate, I'm shooting at 120 frames per second.
Alright, let's load up the motor first.
Just talking to myself. So this is the raw footage. Oh boy, come on. Come on, boy. So this is the raw footage, and I wonder if I can get a good example here. I let this run quite a bit. Okay, right, like it looks good. It looks like good footage, but it plays back in slow motion. That's like how it works, right? But the proxies that the camera itself generate play back in real time, which is annoying. Oh, hold on, that's not right. It's this.
Alright.
So the same clip doesn't play back at the same speed. Which is a problem because it means Premiere doesn't match it up. Which I am against. So we can't use proxies at all, which sucks. So I'm gonna do this proxy. Can I delete the attached proxies? Cancel. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can I unlink proxies? Reconnect full resolution media. Maybe. Yes. Let's see if that worked. I am become concerned. All right, so this is the full resolution, right? If I turn on proxies, will anything change? No, they do. Oh, whoa. Jakob, or Jacob, I don't know how you pronounce your name, but thank you so much for the super chat. We've got a rocket, a four-leaf clover, and an earth. Thank you so much. That's very kind. Let's see. Did I go to music school? I did, in fact, go to music school. Well, what do I do here, pals? How do I unlink proxies in Premiere? I don't want to watch a video. Remove proxies from project. I could just delete them. Quit Premiere, delete proxies, launch Premiere, select offline all, and then save. I keep asking you. Detach proxies. No way to remove the proxies. Essentially a very simple question. Is there a detached proxies in the latest CC? If not, individual users ripping hairs. Does it zoom in when I zoom in? Will it do it? I'm just watching this stream back. Yes, it will! Nice, okay. Listen, folks, I gotta pee real bad. So I'm gonna go take care of that. And then Martian Lemon donated 10, I don't know what HRK, what is HRK? HRK currency. Croatian kuna, nice. Well, either way, for coffee. So I think that means that even though I have this little internal rule about how I just know from my sleep it's best to not drink coffee after 3 p.m., sometimes as a treat, you can have a little extra coffee. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Don't go away. We've got lots more editing to do. And, okay, BRB. Alright, pal. Howdy. I'm back. Okay. Real quick, I'm gonna get some coffee. I made pour over coffee. I put it in the fridge. Now I'm gonna put it in a glass with some ice. I'm gonna have iced coffee. One sec. Yes. The blessed blend. A little bit of milk in there. No sound. No, there's sound. Oh no. No more no sound memes. No, there's sound. I can see it. I can see the waveform. Listen. Waveform. Listen. Every time. Alright. We gotta get back to work. So, there is no delete proxies feature. Hold on. Where did YouTube go? Chill stream, where Joey B looks up his own stream because he goofed. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Spider in the root directory. There's no spider. You know what I will say though? I have had some cockroaches decide to self-quarantine or self-isolate with me, and that has not been that much fun. So we're gonna get rid of the proxies in the Zcam motor footage, and actually what we're gonna do is I'm gonna call this proxy boy, and that should be enough to fool Adobe Premiere into not knowing where the footage is. Save the changes to voice. No. So now we're gonna reboot. Eric, thank you for the super chat. $4.20. Can like totally see the waveforms, man. Alright, here we go. I also have the Adobe After Effects project for trying to track the rocket. Anyone who's not following on Twitter, look what I did for Flight 4. There's gonna be a video for this too. But isn't this cool? I tracked it with the tracker feature. Oh my gosh, I can't talk. The tracker feature in Adobe After Effects, and so it tries to keep the rocket. I'm tracking based on the American flag at first, and then on the tip of the nose. But it works pretty well. You end up being able to like really discern what's going on in the flight, which is kind of cool. All right. Oh no. This is not going to work, is it? Nope. Okay. I think we have to move the proxies. Speaking of the jeez. Speaking of the American flag, says Nathan, why is it backwards? It's backwards because when I put it on, I was optimizing for having the vehicle be on its side. I didn't want the flag to be upside down. I know it's not in the right direction toward the wind, but sometimes the rocket's on its side when it's displayed. I feel like I can't win. when I redo the decals, I'll inevitably have to redo them. Every now and then they get a little splashed because the grass is a little wet, but when I redo the decals, I'll change that. Okay, we're gonna get rid of these proxies or put them on the desktop or something. I don't really want to delete them, but they're just not useful. Yeah, alright. Goodbye. They're just not useful. It's not worth keeping them. Alright, we'll reboot one more time. I so regret linking these together. This was a mistake, man. Display it on the other side. If I display it on the other side so it's not upside down, then the text is upside down. Just make the flag rotate. It's simple. Alright, come on. Offline the media. I swear, if it found it. Oh, I think we might have done it. Did it lose the tracking? Or did it lose the proxies? This is definitely not a proxy. When I turn proxies on, nothing changes, right? And so with this, that's a proxy, and that is not. Great, this is good. All right, we can do this now. So I'm not going to have audio in this, I don't think. All I want for Christmas is this. In the source, let's just grab one of these really like badass shots. There's one of these where there's a bunch of dust. Maybe we'll get the dusty ones later. It is hard to do this without the proxies, and I could have created them. That's the worst part. I could have created them last night, and I didn't. So now it is just a pain to scrub through this stuff. Okay, this is good enough. Grab that clip. Grab this clip. I think it's near the end of this clip. It doesn't even help if I drop the resolution that much. Oh, come on. Come on, buddy. Why you gotta be so neat? Here we go. Nice. That's a good clip. And oh my gosh, this is taking forever.
This whole channel is built around pretending I work in the real aerospace industry, so I cut the motor open to see what happened inside.
Right, then I show the motor footage, so we'll just use an adjustment layer to stand in for that, and I'll edit that section later.
Let's see what happened inside.
Right. And the adjustment layer is just going to be a reminder to me that I need to look at that later. Okay. Now what?
It one last time. I am not. One last. I'll say it one last time. I'll say it one last time. Say it one last time. Say it one last time. I'll say it one last time.
My God, come on.
I'll say it one last.
Please.
I'll say it one.
Oh.
That said, I figure we should. I'll say it one last time. I am not a propulsion expert, so I don't know exactly what to look for inside this motor. That said, I can spot a few things myself that seem suspicious, and I figure we should
Oh, I was so close.
that seem suspicious. And I figure we should crowdsource this. So I figure we should I'll say it one last time.
Oh, come on, buddy, get it together.
I'll say it one last time. I am not a propulsion expert, so I don't know exactly what to be looking for inside these motors. But I do know how to film things, so here's a bunch of footage and we can crowdsource this a little bit. If you fancy yourself a propulsion expert, take a look at this, see what you think, and let me know in the comments.
Okay. So here's my plan. My plan, a man, Panama. A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. Whatever that saying is. So we're gonna create a music folder. I'm gonna do music. I'll say it one last time. If anyone has a tremendous amount of free time, it would be nice to get a supercut of all of the things I repeat. But please do not do this unless you have lots and lots of free time. So oh yeah, I'll just use this. So then I can fade it, and then it plays during this clip here, and then I fade it up here for the footage of the motor. And I think I'll have to edit the, I will have to edit, what am I saying? I will have to edit the song so that I can use it more seamlessly. So it'll be like one of these. Slowly fade in like that, and then you come down, and then you come back up.
What you think, and let me know in the comments.
Right, so then in here, in the motor footage, you know what we can do? We can just open this into a new thing and let them load. Oh no! Jeff said he's leaving? Jeff, are you leaving? Joe, how do you go about making all your music? Kai, I usually start with a single idea, like a bass line or a chord progression. I usually don't start with a melody, and then I just sort of build off of that. Honestly, a lot of it is just the loops within Logic. If you look around enough, you'll find drum beats that you're like, wait a minute, that's in that song. It's just, those are free to use, and so it saves me time. I'm not looking to make like Grammy award-winning music. I just want to make something that sounds kind of cool, and those loops are there, and they're great. Okay, so there's a bunch of footage of the motors. First, I'm gonna put a couple of these things in here. Let's see, does it rack focus? Very slowly, my goodness, Joe. Maybe speed up a little tad bit there, pal. How about 400% speed? So, like a little bit of this.
Look at this, see what you think, and let me know in the comments.
Oh, we cannot process that, can it? Okay. Then I wash them, and I'll put a couple of bits of footage of that, just so it's clear what happened. Editing this footage without proxies is not a vibe. Not at all. Is there anything that shows that I'm washing the motor? Okay, that is unhelpful. Here we go. Oh, come on, buddy. Yeah, this is perfect. I just need a little clip that shows that I'm cleaning out the halves. And then, okay. So this is the final comparison. Oh no, what is that? Why did I film this? Oh, this is the F4 motor. I filmed both of them and I cut them both open. Alright, here we go. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. There's the inside of one. And then I wanted to show the other half, which is this one. I'm gonna have to comb through this more carefully. Oh my gosh. Please load. Please just load. Thank you. This might be a thing that I just don't edit on stream so I don't subject anyone else to it. Let's just put like a random section in here. And wow, that was much longer than intended. All right, these are the pieces of footage. I'll include better footage. So then it'll calm down. And then I'll do one of these. This does not have to be the final edit. You see, I even like cut this. It's just gone. All right. So now, what do I say after that? I think I talk about the reaction wheel.
Before I end this, we have the roll program.
Yes.
Finally, it's a little hard to see in the footage, but we do have a roll. The vehicle loses the roll program.
Ooh, the sun is coming out. That's nice.
Finally, it's a little hard to see in the footage, but we do have a roll program on this rocket. I roll 90 degrees positive at about 1 second into flight.
Hot and dangerous. If you're one of us, then roll with us.
The roll program worked well, but something really interesting happened during the pitch over maneuver. The vehicle loses roll. Second into flight. The roll program worked well, but something really interesting happened during the pitch over maneuver. The vehicle loses roll control during this, and it rolls negative. Finally, we've got the roll program here.
Oh, come on! What? I restarted.
Finally, it's a little hard to...
Oh, God. All right, hold on. Come on, please.
Finally, it's a little hard to see in the footage, but we do have a roll program on this rocket. I roll 90 degrees positive at... The vehicle loses roll... Finally, we've got the roll program here. Finally, we've got the roll... Great, it looked really stiff.
Why?
Finally, we've got the roll program.
Finally, we got the roll program. You should put your music on Spotify. I really should. None of it is like suited for publishing on its own yet. That's the problem. They're like most of these things are like, 30-second clips that sound like they would be a full song, but are not a full song currently.
Action wheel up top that tries to roll the rocket 90 degrees about a second after liftoff. That works great. It looked really stable, and then something happened during the pitch. The vehicle...
Why did I redo this? It was fine.
That works great. It looked a second after liftoff. That works great. It looked really stable, and then something happened during the pitch.
Also, does this look brighter than before? Oh, it does. It's not that bad. Okay.
Happens during the pitch over maneuver. The vehicle loses control. It decides what the
missile knows where it is.
The vehicle loses control during this maneuver, and initially, here's what I thought. When the vehicle lifts off, it decides what the x and y coordinates are.
Oh, I mess it up.
It decides when the vehicle lifts off.
Listen to how sad this is.
Decides what the x and y coordinates are.
Ah. With the x and y coordinates. Ah.
What the x and y coordinates are. It lifts off. It decides what the x and y coordinates are. Then it does a 90-degree positive roll. When we use the right-hand rule and we put our thumb in the direction of the positive vector, this is a positive 90-degree roll, okay? So we roll positive 90 degrees, the raceway is now on the back. Then, when we do our pitch over maneuver, we're pitching over on the x-axis, which is this axis here. So we roll 90 degrees, and then we pitch over on the x global axis, which is now the y local axis. I promise this will make sense in a second. When we pitch over this way, we have this free flow airstream that's still coming down because we are not immediately getting all of that horizontal velocity. We're still pitching over into the wind, which is coming this way. And my thought was that this whole raceway here essentially acts like a little bit of a fin. So when we pitch over, we would just lose roll control authority and pitch over like that, or rather roll in this direction. But that's not what happened. When we pitch over, we actually roll in the opposite direction. So I'm not entirely sure what happened here. I'm open to suggestions. In fact, I would like some suggestions. I think we may just be hitting the limit of the quality and the torque capability of the motor I have. I think we may have some weird coupling stuff.
Okay. This is a long clip, but it's near the end of the video, so it'll be fine.
Coupling stuff.
Well, you're all still here. Jeff, you are the meme. You are the meme of the chat today, in a good way, by the way. But like, I love that you keep coming and going. The IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, says, I send you quest. I need your help. Please give feedback, please. IRS, what is your request?
Generally speaking, I'm not entirely sure what this is, but I would bet that it could be... Anyway, if...
Okay, this is near the end. We're not done editing, by the way. We are far from it.
Coupling stuff. Generally speaking, I'm not entirely sure what this is, but I would bet that it could be solved by properly designing a roll control system instead of buying the cheapest components and just sending it. Anyway, if you want access to all of the raw footage and raw data...
Oh, this is good. Alexander T. Moss says, hi, Joe. Or, hey, Joe. Hi, Alexander. Thanks for joining. Oh, man. All right, so here's one that says, hi, try to pronounce my name. This is a good self-aware question. Okay, hold on. I'm going to figure it out. Matej? I think it's a soft J. Matej Markovic. Markovic. Matej Markovic. It's Slavic. Yeah, I think Matej Markovic. How did I do? How are you, Joe? Says Aaron G. Aaron, I'm doing very well. It's been sunny here for the last 2 days. It was raining for a long time. And, man, I'm just living life and trying not to think about the coronavirus. That's all we can do. And staying at home, you know, like actually doing things to make sure I don't spread it. But, oh, Matej Markovic. Well, I was kind of close on the last one, Matej. Let's see. Hello from Brazil. Hi, Paulo. Corona time. All right, we're almost to the end here.
Anyway, if you want...
Oh, thank you, Teddy D. Look at this little animation. It's a pear that says cool. Thanks for the super chat, Teddy.
Anyway, if you want access to all of the raw footage and raw data from this flight... Anyway, if you want...
Oh, boy.
Anyway, if you want access to... Anyway, if you want access...
Let's look at the accelerometer data.
and just sending it. Anyway, if you want access to sending it. Anyway, if you want access to launch live streams, all of the raw footage, and
Oh man, by the way, speaking of launch live streams, starting on Monday, I have a bunch of stuff arriving for like a cell phone modem, and Nathan, I don't know if Nathan's in here. Nathan suggested most of these things, but we should get much better quality launch live streams from now on.
all of the raw data for this flight and others, that's over on the BPS Patreon linked down below. Thank you so much to the folks who support this project and make it a reality, and thank you to you for watching. My name is Joe Barnard. May your skies be blue and your winds be low.
Let's see what I say.
Great, it's done. Hey.
That was my little celebration at the end there.
Great, it's done. Hey.
Great. That's fun.
Below.
Nathan, so Nathan, I put all of the things that you suggested in my cart, and that was just to get a sense for like, all right, here's what I need. I got the modem from Amazon. I could check it now. I can check it on my phone. So I got the modem from Amazon. I got it used, so instead of whatever it was, like 320, it was like 270, which is great. I figure it's probably no different if it's used. I can just factory reset. We'll see. If it's a problem, it's a problem. But all right, arriving Monday. The big thing that was going to be a problem was the little, the TS9 adapters. RMA? Oh, geez. What is it called? Oh, SMA. SMA female to TS9 male plug. This little guy right here. That was the thing I was most worried about. But it actually... Okay, hold on. My screen froze here. As it turns out, it was... It said it was going to ship on April 18th. And it said it was shipped Friday. So I don't know. And then I have the 9-volt connector. I ended up having to get the... not the 9-volt, the 12... Whatever it is, the car jack a USB adapter. I had to get that from eBay. And I got a different version, but it's like a 90-watt, adapter. I had to get the Die-Hard trickle charger from eBay as well, and then Amazon arriving Monday. The Yagi antenna and some Roach Motels are arriving Monday. What is this? Oh, and then arriving Thursday is the modem. Okay, great. Yeah, I just prioritized for what I knew would ship soon. Why don't you make a series called Editing with Joey B? You know what would be fun is to do... Maybe I could hire someone from Fiverr to do it. I don't want to spend the time myself to make a supercut, but I would like to have someone cut up these live streams. I don't know if it would really be like financially worth it, but it'd be kind of fun to do a little supercut. But we have more editing to do. We're falling behind. So the next thing I want to do is, I've just been doing this for every single flight. I take the video outro here. Right, this is just the outro that I use on all of these. This needs to be updated eventually, but then I'm going to drag it into the project folder so that our projects are all self-contained. So that if I ever move this project folder to a different computer, it's not referencing things that are outside of the project folder. So then I bring this in here, and I'll do a little bit of this. Do a little bit of this. This is in 1080 too, so I have to scale it, and that'll be 150? No, 200.
With this below.
Okay, do one of these. this. Fade this out. And then we gotta play this game. Okay, great.
Skies be blue and your winds be low.
See, I didn't fade it in quick enough.
May your skies be blue and your winds be low. Your skies be blue and your winds be low.
There, that's better. That's pretty smooth.
Your winds be low.
The video outro is good to do as a separate clip too, because I timed the whole song. Like, the song was made to be an outro. This clip, like right here, this is 20 seconds, and that's the default outro. Okay, let's do some more chat. When is the first launch with them going to be? Nathan, I think, so the G8 launch, I want to do one this week. Frankly, I want to do it Monday. But we will see about that. The weather, let me look at the weather. Oh, it's cleared up. Okay, well, I wanted to do it on, I want to do the G8 launch on Monday, but I won't have all of the gear necessary. And I'm probably going to prioritize just doing the launch because I'm a little worried about Tennessee going on lockdown. So I want to prioritize launching. And then, depending on how that listen up. Let's see if this works. Hi, there's the sound. Sorry, everyone. I was not messing. All right. Can you hear me now? This is the G8 motor, and here's what I was saying before. I have a little secret. Okay, no, there's sound now, and there's sound now. You can't do this joke after I have no sound. This is one of the original motors that Gary shipped me in 2018. So it is 2 years old now. I got 4. I launched 2. One of them launched and didn't work well. Maybe I got 6. No, I think I got 4. No. Maybe I got 5. It doesn't matter. One of them I launched and it didn't go well because I had too much hold down force. It's hard to explain. That didn't go well. The second one I launched, and that's the G8 launch, G8 ST. That's the one on the BPS channel. You can go look at it. That one went pretty well. Another one, maybe I did get 5, because then another one launched at NSL. I must have gotten 5. The third one launched at NSL, and the flight went okay. Excuse me. I wish I had these videos. I suppose I could pull them up. Yeah, I guess I could pull these up. Let's do that. 27, so the next drive would be 25, but I don't think 25 has it. 25 seems too recent to have it. All of these are chronological. Let's try it. And then if that doesn't work, 26. Where's 20? 23 will have it. Yeah. 25 doesn't work, and then 23 will have it. Hang tight, everyone. Look at all of these. Look at all these angles. This is crazy. All right. So this is video drive 25. And if we go by date created, the earliest is September. Landing test September 12th. Oh, this is this year. My goodness. Okay, hold on. So 25 is not going to have it. Okay, so it'll be 23. I hope there's not 28 actual hard drives. Nathan, there are 28 actual hard drives. I'm not kidding. These are drives from like a consecutive 10 years of being a video editor and like storing all of my stuff. So it's not as bad as it seems, and the drives are duplicates of each other. So there are actually 12 or 13 separate video drives. I need to do the NAS. Yes, I agree. Okay, here we go. This should definitely have it. Signal R2 product photos, drop test. Pairing. Where's NSL? ITAR calls. Can't talk about that. Cape Cod. Oh, National Sport Launch. I didn't abbreviate it. That is a cool noise. All right, so this is, wow, that is crazy zoomed in. This is the first flight, I think, or maybe the second. This is the second flight. This is the G8 that failed. Okay, hold on. So first, we had the good G8 flight.
He's done. Rolling.
All right, this is the good G8 flight from NSL. Oh boy, no. Wow, does it ever launch? Unclear. Here we go. Let's just do the real time because it's such a long burn.
2, 1.
It's a little oscillation. Oh, we're having trouble playing it back. It's 120 frames per second, so it's a little hard to play back. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Oh! And the chutes come out right before landing. Okay, so that was the third G8. Then the fourth G8 failed. I'll let it play in slow motion. So this is the fourth G8. This is Echo, actually. This is the same Echo vehicle as the landing one. So here's what happened. First yeah, that's a failure. It aborted the flight, popped out the nose cone. And then it just, burned for a little while. But here's what happened. The motor had a casing debond. It's the same kind of thing as the F motor. And this is the last of the ones that Gary shipped me. So on Wednesday, I have a new shipment coming in from Aerotech with a bunch of G8s and G11s and H13s. But I kind of just want to burn this because now I have the guidance. Oh, basically, sorry. What happened with this one is the G8 overperformed. What happened with the one that you just saw is the G8 overperformed. Come on, play it. It overperformed, and then it essentially had much more control torque than it needed, and that it was tuned for. So this is the problem that I've been talking about as not being a problem anymore, which is that because we have a torque controller, it doesn't matter if the vehicle overperforms. It's still going to remain stable because it's measuring the current thrust and then working backwards from that. So I feel comfortable launching a motor that I know might underperform or overperform, most likely over. Anyway, I don't know. I'm thinking of going for it on Monday, but we'll see. That is a really long explanation for the G8 stuff when someone asked me how I was doing. All right. Hey Joe, when you calculate the torque applied at the bottom, do you consider the arm from the CG to the motor rotation axis or CG to the nozzle? That is a great question, Guigo. I consider the moment arm to be from where the thrust vector control mount attaches to the vehicle, between that point and the CG, because essentially wherever that mount attaches to the vehicle is where those side forces are going to enter the vehicle. That's where they start to have an effect. So if your motor was 3 feet long and you were actuating, that motor is not the part of the, I think there's probably some non-linearities in there, but if you simplify it, wherever the force of that long motor actuating is, those are going to be put in the vehicle wherever it's attached. And so wherever the thrust vector control mount is attached is where you measure the moment arm from. I am not carbonating mayonnaise. All right. Is there anything else fun we can look at here? Tiki Torch. This is a good little video. I lit it using Signal. All right, we have to get back to work. This is nonsense.
And your wins below.
Great. So now what? Now I think we... Oh boy. Now we have to edit the launch. And this is cool. This is also a good thing to show on the stream. Is everyone cool to hang out here for a while? I've got time, so if we're all cool to hang out, I'm down to keep going. What we're gonna do is take all this footage. This is the raw footage that goes up on Patreon. If it ever plays, that would be great. Okay, great. So I do the raw footage on Patreon, and then I post little data reviews.
Thank you all, as always, for...
But then I also show all of the raw footage, the raw cuts. So I guess I'm negating some of the value of this. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. What'd it do, nephew?
Hey, oh boy, the chat wants me to tell you, get an ass.
This is not the time.
Dude, I legit have a spare server in my rack that I'm not using.
I don't think it's about the money for me. It's mostly, NASAs are not that expensive, right?
Yeah, you can get one for under $500 all up, excluding drives.
I just
You
got...
already have the drives, and you already have some parity, but man, dude, it makes it so much easier to be able to just go and point your computer at it and say, hey, I want this file, and then it's all right there.
Okay. What are we gonna do?
Gigabit speeds.
I'm gonna hang up and keep editing, but what I would like is for the chat. I'm still streaming, so what I would love is for the chat to decide what is my punishment if I don't move to a NAS within a month.
Oh God.
Or
This
maybe
is not going to end well.
let's say 2
The
months.
crab suit.
Yeah, no, I have been punished before. All right, I gotta keep editing.
All
All right, see you, man.
right. The chat wanted me to yell at you, so I have yelled at you. Let's get back to editing.
Okay, see you, dude.
All right, later.
Bye. All right, pals. Carbonate your NAS. Carbonate your NAS, man. That doesn't sound good. All right, I'm gonna move this back, and now I'm gonna move where my face is. I think. No, that is not what I wanted. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna move where the webcam is, because we're gonna start editing in this section. I wish I could get more. All right, well, whatever. Yeah, the chat is gonna come up with a punishment here. Last time you did this 6 months ago, you still didn't do the thing. That is true, Nathan. I still have not done the merch. The problem with the merch is now I feel bad making merch, because I feel like economically it's not, I don't feel like it's I don't know, it doesn't feel appropriate. Like, I feel like people are gonna really be strapped for cash, and me asking like, hey, do you want to buy this merch is like not a great look. All right, it's uncomfortable. Let's do this. So all of this raw footage is cool, right? But we need to sync this up. Now, there are ways that I could have done this if I had like lots of big cameras and like a huge system that remote arms them all at once, but I don't have that. I just shoot from a bunch of individual cameras and then accept that I will have to link them in post. One of the most valuable things that I have here, though, is the fact that the Launchpad lights up. So, how am I going to do this? I think I want to link it up when it's really slow. So at the very bottom of the stack, we're going to have this. And we're going to make a marker. Okay. Exactly when the red light turns off, we get a marker. Okay? This is going to make sense in just a minute. This is then going to go at the beginning. Yeah, sure, it'll go there. Great. That's the marker. And then if I zoom in, I'm going to put another marker in the timeline. And now we are going to start to line things up. Come on, computer, you can do this. Boy, it is really struggling. All right, now I'm going to take this. This is a 20% speed clip. So I need to make sure everything else is 20% speed. Then I line up where that light turns off for everyone else. So scrub through. I can see the red light on the inside of the rocket. So then when it turns off, I'm going to cut the clip. Right when it turns off, I'm going to trim it down a little bit so we can move it easily. Then this up, down, over, and sync. There we go, right? So now when that red light turns off on the tracking camera, it exactly turns off on this camera as well. And that's what we're gonna do for every single clip. And then I can extend them or move them around later, but yes. This one is a little bit trickier because it is not shot at the right frame rate. So we're gonna do this and just force it to 20 and then approximate. Nothing. There's the lights. And they're off. Great. This part is quite boring. Okay, that's lined up. How's the chat doing? Carbonated coffee, no sound. This one's interesting too, so we line up based on the lights because I want true sync of the video, but the audio isn't sunk because this camera is really far away. You can hear the echo. Okay, so this needs to be 40%. Or it needs to be 20%, sorry. There we go. If you leave during this section of the stream, I promise I understand. At least these clips are already like somewhat color corrected. Ooh, punishment, 24-hour live stream. That could be a good one. Okay. This one's real easy because we've got cameras directly on the lights. The thing that really makes the difference in why we don't line up by sound, not just because sound delay is a thing, but especially for the UAV, which does not record sound, it's really helpful to have those lights. And it means, especially when it's dark, apart from all the other bad things that happen when it's dark, the UAV really benefits from that. And in fact, let's just go do it. 20% sound, or 20% speed. This one is... Ooh, this one is hard to line up sometimes. Can you see it down there? That's the rocket. Still waiting on that red light. The red light is when we're at T-1. There it is, that's the red light, and off. There, so that's the clip, that's the marker, and there we go. Lining it up with the rest of the clips on the marker, and now we are sunk. The reason we do this when it's slow, too, is because we have much more precision at 20% speed. Even if the clips are not shot at an appropriate speed for it to match up at 20%, it makes a difference. And off. And then the timeline starts getting pretty tall here. Here we go. 20%. Can you see this when I do this? Yeah, you can. Okay. This one, I don't even think I'm going to include this one. It's just so not worth it. This one didn't record slow motion. It's just like not worth it. I'm getting rid of it. This one is worth it though. This one's hot. Okay, off, up, down, and there. I have fully given up. I used to be interested in trying to make sure the audio doesn't clip, and I have just given up on that and accepted it as a waste of time at this point. This one we have to sort of look at the grass to see when the light turns off. So there, yeah, it's around there. That one would have been harder to do later in the day, but still manageable. We could have gone off the motor sparks. Excuse me. Look at all these. There's a lot of differences there. All right, come on, Premiere. You can do this. Come on, buddy. I think we got one more clip. And we got to send that over to 20% speed. Oh, nice. We just get a tiny glimpse of the light there. Perfect. That'll do. And that goes up top. Go there, cut it, and done. Okay. This is great news, and now I have to go to the bathroom really bad. But we're not done. We've got plenty more editing to do. I don't know how long we're really going to hang out here and edit, but I don't know. I'm kind of having fun, so let's keep this party going. Let me go to the bathroom, and I will be right back. Hey pals, I'm carbonating water. I'm gonna carbonate some water. I hope this pleases everyone. BRB. Here I go. I'm running out of CO2. I've got 2 extra tanks of CO2. But cheers, everyone. See the bubbles? There's not a lot of CO2 in this. Maybe this is proof that the SodaStream does still work. I didn't ruin it. All right. So we've got all of these clips, right? Got all these clips. Right here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't need all of this stuff. No, before I copy these, we need to line up the audio. Excuse me. So let's do that. We are going to line up the audio, and where is it going to sync to? What is the most reliable angle? It's not going to be the GoPro. It might be the Runcam. We're syncing to the Runcam. All right, so here is where the spike happens. 1, 2, 3, blast off. Okay, so everything is going to scale to that. We're just going to move. I'm only moving the audio clips. See these red signs right here? I'm only moving the audio portion. And I'm manually desyncing the audio of each clip so that it matches up with everything. This is what you might call a pro gamer move. Here we go. Oh, I missed one. I missed this one, right? Yes. Yeah. That's close enough. Maybe we do. Yeah, there it is. That's the one. And then when it launches, it should be all mostly at once. Yes, thank you. Okay, great. Hello, how are you, Joe? I love your content and hope you see this comment. Hi, Teddy. Thank you. Oh, wait. Is that a translation? Oh, here we go. Hernandez Jr. Hola, ¿cómo estás, Joe? Me encanta tu contenido y espero que veas Oh, okay. Y espero que veas este comentario. Yeah, so, hi, how are you? I love your content, and I wait for you to see this comment. Who can guess what does that mean? A $40,000 crab goes to the one who figures it out first. I did Spanish for like 11 years. I'm not that good at it, but I can figure some stuff out. Oh, and then we have to enable all of these tracks so that when I hit cut, it gets them all. Yes. Yes. Now we do that, and now the rest of the clips should be roughly in sync. Boy, it is a lot harder to do this when there's a stream going. All right. So now I want to do one more thing. We're going to try to pick out the audio that's worth saving and the audio that's not. These cameras, none of them are really built to sound amazing. So what is worth saving? This is not worth saving. Actually, that one's pretty cool. Nice and quiet. This one is the fit for it on the pad, which is always kind of a nightmare. I think that camera is the closest, and I'm pretty sure the way they put the microphone is like facing the exhaust plume. Oh man, it's Charlie! Charlie, you just missed it. We were doing Spanish for a little bit. I believe Charlie's learning Spanish, right? On Duolingo? I don't know if that's classified information, but Joey be leaking. This is the iPhone, I think. That's a good sound. The computer is really struggling. You know what we're going to do? I'm quitting Chrome. Chrome sucks up a whole lot, so maybe that will help us. I think it's mostly OBS that's doing this to us. And I wonder if... Yeah, I wonder if that'll help. Ooh, that feels a little smoother. Nope, it's mostly Chrome. No, it's mostly OBS. Okay. Chrome did help a little bit, though. Wow, everyone, welcome to Charlie. I love this. Why are we talking about hypergulls? No, we're talking about Spanish. All right. So this, first off, let's just try to cut in chronological order. I was gonna mess with the sound, but I think it's just gonna happen on a per clip basis. I'm also gonna duplicate this like 2 or 3 more times so we can just always pull from it. And then we're gonna take all of this. This is the tricky part because that's the variable frame rate thing on the clip right here, which is the Zcam. Everything goes down to 20%, except the Zcam is at 100% because it records to the slow frame rate, which is fine, but like a little bit frustrating. Okay, so that's 100% speed. Now this is the worst part. Wait, that's not right. Yeah, it's not right. If I zoom in, I don't know why it's not displaying this, but this is now at 20% speed, so this goes to 100, but this goes to 500. Yes, and that matches up. It's weird and whatever. Now I'm gonna dial that back and we'll go back to like T-6 or something. That's what I've been doing so far.
7, 6, 5,
Oh man,
4,
I am out of
3,
breath.
2, 1.
You know what? Unhelpful. What else can I do? Maybe I would have to move this project to the SSD for this to really work. Okay, I do need an NAS. This is quickly becoming necessary. I wonder if it's something in the settings I could work on. I think graphics is just about how the program is displayed. Let's reserve 3 gigs of RAM for other applications. All right, we gotta cut this, so let's do it.
6.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start at 6. We'll bring that to the beginning. Joe, you have many more timelines in your editor than me. Well, this is just for the launch. This is like the actual talking stuff where it's just
I
like.
keep playing it with.
Also, Charlie, have you heard about our Lord and Savior proxy files? All of this is like super high quality footage and really dense, and I can scrub through it because I'm using proxies. So it's like I have. Hold on. Let me get a good. This is an alright example. So like you can see how sharp some of this looks. And then when I toggle the proxy, it goes down to 720. So it creates a separate reference file that I edit off of that's really easy to scrub around with. And then when it's ready to render, it uses the nice 4K file that the computer can't handle. Or like can't handle well in real time. Anyway. What is a proxy file? Yeah, so you can generate them, which I really should have done for this. What I can do is I can click on the clip and I can say, will it let me do it here? I think it'll only let me do it in the editor. Well, if I reveal, reveal in project, it's this clip right here, and then I can say proxy, create proxies. It will, low res proxy. Oh, this is new. It wasn't doing this before. Either way, I can take this file, I can select, say low res proxy, then I say okay, it opens up media encoder. It should. And then when it opens up media encoder, it renders out a new file that you can edit off of. So it takes up a little bit more space, but the new file is kind of small, but then it's really easy to scrub through very fast. I think we're probably not going to sit through this unless it's really, really quick. 14, 13 minutes, 12 minutes, 11 minutes, 12. You know, screw it. Let's sit through it and we'll look through some old footage in the meantime. How's that? We'll let this render. I got time. I'm not doing anything today. Yeah, let's see what we got here. So this is old stuff. Omega static fires. This is like right when I moved down to Nashville. So this is when I switched over from Signal Alpha to Signal R2. This was the Signal R2 development computer, and there's a couple of interesting things that happened here. Although I think they're not on this drive. Yeah, they're not on this drive, are they? Oh, no, they are. They totally are. I had one firing that, let's see, so here's the first attempt. I think it took 3 attempts for me to get this static fire to work. I switched over to the Signal R2 side of things from Signal Alpha. You can see this is rendering out here from Signal Alpha, and then part of what I had to do was retune everything, because I moved over to quaternions and I wasn't sure about how the guidance stuff would work. So this one, I think, was just poorly tuned. This was the first attempt. Give it a second. No. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Maybe a servo wasn't connected or something, but it didn't work. And then this one was really interesting. This one fried the computer at ignition. At ignition, the igniters shorted out. I have since fixed this with the little fuse resistor, but I had a really rare error where I fried the computer because the igniter shorted, and then the failure mode of the MOSFET that I was using at the time, the failure mode sent all of that ignition current into the computer. So I'm pretty sure if you look at the computer bay here, that little hole in the rocket, if you look at that, the computer will shut off, right at ignition. So it's on, and then it's off. The computer is fried, and then there's just no control. So that wasn't great. And then I finally got it right on the 3rd try, which is the one that we saw. All right, well, those are the static fires. What else do we got? There's a music video that I filmed. The Falcon Heavy static fire. That one's cool. I can't play that because of the music, though. I did some drop testing. I don't think this ever got published. It was way dark too. I did some drop testing with parachutes just to verify some stuff. I was hoping to get a landing in before I went to Narcon, and I don't think I did. So this is what, February 20th, 2018. And this was just commanded to bring parachutes out. I don't know when exactly it drops. It's the same thing as Echo, though. It was commanded by the vehicle to separate. Any day now. There it goes. So it drops and falls for a while. I just wanted to look at stability on the way down. So this one does not have fins. This was before I put passive fins up top, and I was hoping the center of mass would do it, but it did not. So the chutes come out and we land safely on the ground. And I did a couple more of those tests, I think. Let's see, how's our clip doing? Look, we're making good progress here on the proxy file. This was a good call. Drop testing, bunch of photos for Signal R2, Narcon, Bluetooth update, pad tests. I don't know what that is. Center core. Oh, nice. Orientation testing. I wonder what this is. I think this might just be flight data. Yeah, that's just data. Excuse me. The May 1st rocket launch was the parachute guy. That's on the channel. May 6th was... What is this one? Oh, is this another drop test? It is. I don't think this one went very well. I'm pretty sure this one just slammed into the ground. Oh, no, maybe it just didn't separate. Yeah, I think it didn't separate. Yeah, it just didn't sep. Is this interesting? I hope this is interesting. Attempt 1. Okay, so those are drop tests, right? Then the May 9th rocket launch was the failed launch. This is with the G8, and the way I mounted it was just a little too high in friction, and so it couldn't lift off the pad. And then finally, when it did lift off the pad, it hit the tower, and I didn't have enough safeguards in the flight software, so when it hit the tower, it thought the motor burned out and it shut off TVC. It was like a big old failure cascade. So the TVC off. That one was pretty brutal. Yeah, so this was the day before the successful G8 flight. So it lifts off just a bit, and then it hits the tower. You see that? It like just kisses the tower there. Bump. And that's when the TVC system shuts off, so it has no active control. Somehow it comes back. It realizes that something's wrong. It deploys the chutes. And then it's just chaos. And it burns in the grass for a little while. Luckily there's no fire, but yeah, that wasn't great. Then we have the May 10th one, Dead Printer Rip in Peace. I think that one has a song in it that I can't play, at least on stream. Graduation Photos Tuning, that's NSL. 3-core test flight. This is the one where I called Charlie. I wonder if I have the footage of it. I think I probably do. I called Charlie after it happened. Oh, it was raining.
Alright, we're definitely still trying to launch today, but this rain just kind of showed up. Oh, there's a bunny! There's a little bunny over there. Alright, well, we're gonna go out to the pad anyway. It might get scrubbed because of rain, but the sky still looks blue, so we'll see.
That was the triple core test flight. All right. Anyway, we can do more of these reviews later. But now that our proxy file is done, this is our proxy file, and so I can go in here. And I can say proxy, attach proxies. We'll go to attach, and then we'll find it right here. It's usually pretty good at finding it on its own. And that should help. That was a long process. Okay. Wow, we've got great viewer retention on this stream. Let's cut this together, pals. First,
6, 5,
First, we need to turn this down. This is too loud.
6, 5.
Look, see, now that we have proxies on, it's really... It's very easy for me to scrub through this, even though the footage is crazy high quality. So that's the real footage, and this is the proxy. You can see the difference. Uh-oh. Looks like we were dropping a couple of frames there. Hopefully we've recovered. LMAO. Alright.
6, 5.
Just going to do the same cutting style as the last few launches, I think. This is just stationary. The DJI is the other one that we have a lot of trouble with.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, no. All right. Listen up, pals. Listen up. What is about to happen can't leave this stream, okay? You can't tell anyone. This is a secret. Do we all agree? If you agree to keep the secret that I'm about to tell you, please put an S in the chat, okay? I need an S in the chat if you agree to not keep to keep this secret. And if you don't agree, if you're going to tell people about this, I need you to just leave on your own accord. This is a secret, okay? Are we all good? You have to agree to keep the secret. Here's the secret. Let's watch this footage again. This is all real time in terms of the audio that's going on. So what do we notice?
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm about 2 counts off on my audio. I was like 2 off, so I must have been really nervous. I mean, this was the 3rd attempt that it took to light this motor, so I am 2 numbers off on my audio. And do you know what we're gonna do? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a big transient like this, and I'm gonna cut. And then I'm gonna fudge it. So I'm gonna line up my audio, post saying it, so that it seems like I was counting on the right thing. Now you can't tell anyone. You can't tell anyone, all right?
1.
That's 1 right there. 1. So I'm gonna move, I'm gonna move just the audio. Right? The countdown is a lie.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It works. So we'll just cut a little bit here. All right, so you can't tell anyone, right? No one say anything. Don't give it away. No one say anything.
6, 5, 4.
So now we are gonna do one of these. Screw it. Let's do this. Just want to remove these cuts. There we go. And now I can start fresh.
6, 5, 4.
Oh, hold on. Hold on. Nope. See, this doesn't work.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, see, these still have evidence. They have evidence that I cheated. So they're gonna be silenced. Who else has evidence that I cheated? Can't hear it there. Can't hear it there. Can't hear it there. Nope. Can't hear it there. Oh, there's some evidence right there. You're getting silenced.
Four, 3.
Got it. No one say anything, okay? It's movie magic. I was definitely on top of the count. I wasn't so nervous that I lost count.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
My gosh, that is so loud. All right.
5.
So now we'll cut here. I'll get a new view. We'll pick out a couple of nice angles just to show here, like this one's pretty good.
4, 3,
Do another one here.
2, 1.
So this one's gone. Could do, that's not that pretty. No.
2,
Honestly, I'm gonna cut these together basically the same.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Man, what an angle. Ooh, that's not what I want.
1.
Okay.
6, 5,
Now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna get some titles on there.
1.
New title, and we're going to overlay the count on here. So make sure I select all. I'm going to use Futura Medium. And then we need a little shadow there. Excuse me. I'm going to do that. There's no offset. You can sort of see the shadow take effect there so that we have a nice background against whatever we're putting that on. We'll probably go a little bit larger with it too. Yeah, that's great. And then the way you get the count to work, boy, this is really hard to see. Actually, I think I probably want it right there, just based on the other angles that we have. Yeah.
1.
And then it turns off when the light turns off. Okay, and then we bring this back a bunch. And then edit the number for each one. 6, 5, 4. It's very exciting. 3, 2.
6, 5,
All of these need to move back.
6, 5, 4,
Nice.
3, 2, 1.
Cool. That looks good. Can I ask a basic rocketry question, or must you concentrate? Actually, we should do this. As long as I don't get too off topic. Yeah, please feel free to ask any questions you want. I'm happy to chat. I can't believe there are still 68 people here.
6, 5, 4.
Okay, right. So this looks good. I might cut there. Okay. Joe, when will you fly higher powered motors? Well, Charlie, I referenced one of them. Somewhere. Here it is.
The amount of thrust we get. Essentially, if we assume that high power motors, this motor has two. This is a rocket motor. It's a much larger one than a rocket like this would use, but it'll help us explain what's going on. This motor has two main parts. We have the casing, which encases the explosion.
Encases. Charlie, I think you know when I'm going to fly some high power motors, though. I feel like that might be a little bit of bait there. Okay, let's look at some questions here. How do you vector high-powered motors? You can gimbal them, although it becomes a little bit difficult as they get larger. You could do jet vanes, although that's difficult in like unless I think probably until you get up to like 54 millimeters, it's going to be hard to do jet vanes. Are you going to continue the landing model rocket tutorial just without the landing part? The videos were insanely helpful. Nicolo, I still have most of like the next video planned out. I just perpetually have not gotten around to it. I would like to. I haven't like canceled it officially. Joe, when you say total mass of a vehicle, does that include the mass of the motor? I.e., when a motor lists its thrust, does it account for its own weight? TJ, good question. When the motor talks about its thrust, it's talking about force, which is different than mass. So the force that a motor produces is just going to be force. That's like its own thing. But then if you want to talk about how far it's going to go, that the mass is a decoupled measurement. So the force can be 20 newtons on a rocket, and if so the gross force can be 20 newtons on a rocket, and if the rocket weighs 2 kilograms and all else being equal, it's not going to go anywhere because the 20 newtons and the 2 kilograms will cancel out. I'm not sure if I'm doing a good job answering this. Someone else can probably do a better job. Why is Charlie not a mod? Good question. Charlie, I'm going to make you a mod. You don't have to exercise privileges, but I'm going to make you a mod. There we go. Are you going to continue the reaction control system? Maybe later. I want to keep working on the control side of things for a little while. Working along the lines of adding strap-on boosters, what is the problem that keeps you from adding 16 boosters in an X formation? I'm sorry to tell you, there is generally more than one problem with adding 16 boosters to a vehicle. Or I guess the problem is just the boosters themselves. Them existing is the problem. What's the worst conditions you will fly in? I tried to fly not above 10 miles per hour wind, and usually not more than 10 or 20 minutes after sunset. This launch is an exception. Why can't you take Falcon Heavy and couple them with 20 Falcons? That is a big mechanical problem. All right. Yeah, Nathan, it will go somewhere at 0.19 meters per second squared. What library are you using for the NPU? I think I may have covered that. I think it's the I2C lib. I think I covered that in the most recent landing model rockets. So, pretty sure it's the I2C dev lib or something like that. But there are multiple which will work. I'm building a thrust vector control rocket. How do you get the gyro angles without using Excel measurements, and how do you filter it? I can't find any information online about this. Nicolo, you can look through some drone forums. Sometimes there are some good things there. But what you want to do is integrate you need to continuously add the gyro measurements together. It's a lot more complicated than this because it's a strap-down system, which means that the gyro is rotating with the vehicle, so you need to basically, I don't think I'm going to be able to explain this. The general concept is that you have to integrate them and continue adding them, but you're also changing the rotation frame while you're doing that. It's a little weird. Someone in the chat can likely explain it better than I can, at least right now. All right, we have to keep editing. So now I want to include a couple of tiny clips of Should I use a PID library or not? You can use a PID library if you want. It's also pretty trivial to write one yourself. It's most of the stuff with PID is addition, multiplication, and division. So it's not too hard to write one yourself. So this is going to be at 80% speed. We're going to do the same thing that I've done for a couple of launches now, where I ramp down. I'm going to rapidly ramp down. So first, this is going to go to 80. And, oh, geez, 80% speed has got to be like 400%? Yeah. Jeez. Okay. Who can we use at 80% speed? Let's try to only show 3 things. So we could go 60, 40, 20. Let's do that. Let's not do anything at 80%. We'll go 60 and, oh boy, why are these all so big? Who did this? I did this. This is my fault. All right, check it, pals. 60, 40, 20. That's the plan. 60 is 300, and we're just going to start at the actual burn. So we'll do this. I'll get rid of these, and let's just work through. That is a 60 frames per second clip, so it will not work. We need 20 frames per second. No, 120 frames per second on all of the clips that we use here. Oh, no, we do not, because for 60 and 40, I can use clips that are... Yeah, that works. Yeah, that's kind of what I want. This is actually a pretty cool clip. Okay, we'll do one of these, then we'll go here. Take this. Minus the Zcam because it's super annoying. 40%. So what we're doing here is it's almost musical. We're just ramping down as we go. That's not what I wanted. I wanted 200. Yes. Take this. Do that, and then we'll take like the GoPro clip or something. Oh my gosh. Cut it a little tighter than that. Oh boy, I am goofing this up hard. All right, that's gonna be the 20% clip. Look at the little camera that gets blown up. Yeah, this is great. And then I'll do another one of these right here, and this one is at 20% speed. Same with this, 20%, 100%. And we're just going down. We're ramping down. This one I wanted to be the iPhone, I think. And this already needs some help just to straighten it out a little bit because I mounted it poorly. Okay. Is it theoretically possible to carbonate honey? I mean, it's certainly possible for me to put honey into this bottle and then shove CO2 also into the bottle. I'm not sure what the success will be on that. Hi Gus, thanks for stopping by. All right. Can we get some crabs in the chat? We're actually doing pretty well. I know it seems like we've been editing for a long time, but I'm making pretty good progress. How long have I been streaming here? Whoa! Coming up on 3 hours. Hot. What happened to the blue tea, Joe? I still have blue tea. It's cool. Oh, wait, no, I think I might be out of blue tea. Excuse me. All right. I want to do, I think, like one more. And this one can be at, what is this, 40%? Yes. And the 40% one is the T3i, which is the MVI clip. Yes. Oh! Hot! Yes! Can I get a yes, chef? I know what I want to do here. Friggin' seamless, my dude. Yes! That's what I want. Okay. Then I speed this back up to 100%, except for this idiot who goes to 500. And that is a clear enough jump from, what is it, 40 to 100 that people will get that it's slow motion to real time.
Excellent.
Check this out. Ready? I'm gonna do one of these. Do one of these. 20. 100. Zoom. Now this looks bad, right? This doesn't look like a good clip, like it looks like poor quality. But remember, we have that proxy file on, so this is a little bit better than it seems. It's still not good because it's so dark, but it's acceptable. I'll leave that in. And we can probably just cut that part out. No. Where do I want to cut this? Yeah, it's about there. So then I bring all of this back up to 100%, except for this idiot again who goes to 500, and we bring it down to the ground under real time. Except with this, I reset everything and we get back out to an appropriate swim level. Wow, okay, it's a long descent.
Beautiful. Very nice.
I don't like that the Zcam clips like that.
Very nice.
Wow, is this 3 minutes in? Oh. What are we doing? Oh my gosh, hold on. let's try that. Man. All right. You know what I might do here, pals? Add a little bit of spice to my life right here. And I will do that via this camera. Checking in with Whip Whip. Here's how we do this. We crop, because we don't need this because it's just garbage out the window. There is nothing happening there. But when I crop, I take the right and I bring, oh no, I take the left because I reverse it. And we bring it in like that. That's fine. And then I can put it in like the corner. Okay, let's track it a little bit more responsibly here. So let's do one of these, zoom in a little bit. No, I want to do that. Just trying to keyframe it out so it stays in frame a little bit better. Stop. Okay, keyframe that up. Man, I did not track this well. Smack. Joey B, fresh meme in the Discord. Oh boy.
Hyperbolic. Hyperbolic.
That's a good meme. That's a great meme. Good job, Joe. I'll probably cut a little bit of fat from that. Just trimming the fat.
Excellent.
And then this just takes forever to get to the ground.
Beautiful. Very nice.
Is it worth showing any of the other shots? What else do I have? I have the drone. This might be... Honestly, it's not that impressive. I also have the RX100, the 4K camera, but it doesn't show the divert, which is just... It kind of shows the divert, but not really. I have the GoPro, which I did not show. I could put another one in there, but it's just going to be too much. Like, you kind of want 3 for the, like, ramp down thing that I did. Oh! Let's do this. ¿Por qué no los dos? Well, that frame kind of sucks. Ha. You know what? This is stupid. You know what? No. Yeah, this is... It has a hard time tracking, but it's better anyway. Oh, we gotta track this a little better, dog. Oh, no, we don't. Hold on. Oh, nope. Can't do anything about that. Okay, great. All right, boys, I think the launch section is cut. Let's watch it. And it's about a minute in. It's about the same as the others. It's not great. It's whatever.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Boom.
Excellent.
Put a little funny text in there. Smack. I want like a little tiny meme in there. What do I do? It's like a whap or like a crom. You know what I mean? Like, I want to put a little text that's like, oof. Yeah. maybe I'll just do that. Just get a little oof in there. And then get a little... No, what? This text editor tool is awful. I don't know what it is about Adobe Premiere and text. It is just an absolute nightmare to do any type of text editing in this. I guess it's a video editor, but like, I want to be able to do titles, and I want to not just hate my whole life when it happens. Yeah, so get like... Yeah, like one of those. Maybe a little further off. Nope, not what I wanted. And maybe a little less rotation. The rotation was a little intense. Yeah, that's great.
Excellent.
Excuse me.
Beautiful. Very nice.
Okay. Boy. Okay, we have more work to do. There's work to be done. I want to find the landing model rockets stuff. Wow. Plane footage. Maybe it's in here. No, there's just, I need music. No, I looked in there. Video outro. This is old. No, that's new. I want the old stuff. So that's gonna be in like November. It's after the Falcon Heavy. Maybe it's here. FH launch. Exports. Is it here? I don't think it's here. This is a cool clip. Oh wait, where it is? Here it is. What I want... Oh, is this it? No. What I want is the stupid outro video. It has to be in here, right? It would be an external material. Oh, wait. This is it! Yes! This is the song I wanted. So it's the Landing Model Rocket song. That's what it is. Wow, it's a lot of fade in. I do not need the video. What I do need is the audio. And in the interest of just getting stuff done, I'm going to say screw it, and we're going to pull the audio from the video. So this audio has been compressed and recompressed like 4 or 5 times, which is a fun little journey that we all get to go on now. Okay, so this is not happening, but we're taking the audio. That is the intro, right? So we take this.
Beautiful. Very nice.
I might cut out the very nice. It clips so hard.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm cutting it out. I don't care. You can get out, my haters. I'm censoring myself.
Beautiful.
Nope. Never mind. I'm leaving it in. I'm uncensoring myself.
Beautiful. Very nice.
Okay. Nope. Need more fading than that.
Beautiful. Very nice.
Bro, how are we gonna get more fading than this? What is the deal?
Beautiful. Very nice.
Okay, bro, come on. Okay, so that's too early, right? But we do want to be fading in. Yeah, I guess it already fades in on its own. That's the difference.
Beautiful. Very nice.
That's a little rough, but it'll work. All right. Oh, we're losing viewers. We're losing steam, pals. Where are you all going? We're in quarantine. We're all just hanging out here.
Beautiful. Very nice.
I might just put stats here. Yeah, this is great. This will totally work. Okay, so what shots go in here? Definitely the drone, which might just be 100%. Whoops, not what I wanted. There.
Beautiful. Very nice.
Okay, well that's not what I want. These fades be too long. These fades be too long. My name is Joey B. And these fades be too long. I'm losing it.
Beautiful. Very nice.
Bro, I need you to start like 1,000% earlier.
Nice.
Yes! Come on, buddy. Ah, come on! Play back like a normal computer. I am gonna lose my mind. Ugh. Okay, cut here. cut here, and I'll show some other stuff. What did I not show? The GoPro. I didn't show the GoPro. It's a bad shot, but I didn't show it. Could show this. This is a good shot. Nope, that's not the section of it that I wanted, though. Wow, none of these are the section that I wanted. Okay.
Nice.
There's the clip that just won't play. That's not really that good of a shot. All right, pals, don't be leaving. Don't be going away, or do. It's cool if you need to, but I have to go to the bathroom so bad. I've been drinking a lot of carbonated water, and I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back. You can count it within 60 seconds. Here we go. Whoops. It has been more than 60 seconds. That is how you say, my bad. All right, we got to finish this little intro section. Right, the shot here didn't look that good. So what else do we have? Got the onboard shot. That could be kind of cool. We've got the T3i, which doesn't actually look that good. There's not a lot of great stuff from this launch. I guess the GoPro could work, but the GoPro, like, sucks. Yeah, I'll do it, but it'll be really noisy. Okay. Okay. Play. Go. Oh gosh. Nope, nope, I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for the no audio. I'm not falling for it. Ibergolik. Joe, that is, I don't know if Joe Wakefield is still here. That is like the funniest thing. It's an excellent meme, and you did a good thing. And a good job. Why does it look like a low frame rate? Oh, not what I wanted. 60. Oh, I'll do real time for this. finally, we'll do one more shot here of it lifting off. Get like the nice little triumphant 100. Actually, I don't think we can get Maybe we'll get a shot of it going down range. That's like the defining feature of this flight. Alright, great. That'll do. And then we bring in the talking. Wow, why did I do this? So now, here's a little pro tip for all you gamers out there. You hit the letter A, and it will select everything to the right of your cursor.
Hi everyone,
Nope. Why don't you chill, Joey B? Also, wow, loud much?
Hi everyone,
Nope. This situation here is what we might call suboptimal. Why is this?
Beautiful. Very nice.
So loud. Is the whole chat in German? What's happening? You look away for 1 second and the chat moves to Germany. No. Too loud.
Hi everyone, my name's Joe Barnard, and welcome to the Rocket Factory. This is the room where I build all of my rockets, and I thought it would be a more interesting set than my desk. This is Sprint, and what you just saw was the third flight of this vehicle. Here are the main takeaways. Number 1, the pitchover maneuver. That is intentional. It's
Great. We can do a little layer over there. Hi, Joe Rocket Factory. All right. I need some text here. What am I gonna do?
Very nice.
Maybe spread those letters out just a little bit for like cool factor. You know, maybe not. Maybe we'll go 5 and we'll just make larger text.
Nice.
Oh, you know what I could do? You want to get a little fancy? Does everyone mind if I get a little... y'all mind if I get just a little tiny bit, just a little bit fancy? Check it. Checking in with your boy Joey B getting just slightly fancy. Just slightly. Check it. Your boy Joey B be sliding that text. That does not look as good as I had hoped. Is this worth doing? Maybe I didn't slide it enough. Maybe it is enough. I don't know. We could just leave it. That looks so dumb. I'm sorry. We're just gonna leave it. Okay, and this becomes flight number 3. And that'll go down here. Ah, what? No keyframes. Oh my gosh. No keyframes. Goodbye. No, please, just go where you're supposed. Oh my, this is. Thanks for tuning in to Joey B Complains. Could do a little longer fade in and a little bit later.
Hi everyone, my name.
Yeah, and then we could like fade out a little bit before that one fades out.
Hi everyone, my name's Joe Barnard.
Cool. That's great. Me sliding into them BPS space DMs.
And welcome to the Rocket Factory. This is the room where I build all of my rockets.
I need a little bros and gals. I need some motivation here. I can do this. I can finish it. I know I can. I need some carbonated milk or something to motivate me. What do I need? I gotta finish this thing today. It's gotta get done. Everyone yell all caps in the chat from now on. For the next 3 minutes, all caps in the chat. Hey Siri, set a timer for 3 minutes.
Okay, your timer is set for 3 minutes.
All right, all caps in the chat. No exceptions. Okay, hold on. Nathan says no. Hold on. Okay. All caps only. We have 2 minutes and 13 seconds left of all caps.
And what you just saw was the third flight of this vehicle. Here are the main takeaways. Number 1, the pitch-over maneuver.
Okay, pitch-over maneuver. Excuse me. Please. No mas. Audio.
That is intentional. It's programmed into the flight software, and it works pretty well. Number.
I can go faster than that. I can get 300 speed.
That is intentional. It's programmed into the flight software, and it works pretty well.
Great.
Number 2, the kick at liftoff where the vehicle tilts over.
That is best visualized by the iPhone and yeah, that might be the iPhone that gets it. Maybe this. We'll see. This one kind of gets it, but it, like I lose it on
Number
the jump. So,
3.
oh, I guess that's fine. You know what? That's screw it. Yeah, 100%. If we do it real slow.
I keep playing it, making it chat by how long at liftoff, where the vehicle tilts over.
Try to get it on the that. Yeah.
Tilts over. That's not intentional, but it's just an effect of misaligning the thrust vector control mount. It's pretty hard to get right on the ground, but the guidance system handled it pretty well.
I would go to like 150%.
It's not intentional, but it's just an effect of misaligning the thrust vector control mount. It's pretty hard to get right on the ground, but the guidance system handled it pretty well. Number 3, it's so dark, and this one is on me. I keep playing it way too...
I will do a little peep right here.
This one is on me. I keep playing it way too close to the chest by trying to launch exactly at sunset, and if something goes wrong or gets delayed, it gets dark real fast. Number 3, it is so dark.
Oh, I repeated it. Okay, all caps is over. All caps is over, everyone. My timer just went off. I have a second wind. Orion Aerospace, all caps is over. Please, sir. Sir, please, this is a Wendy's.
Number 3, it is so dark, and
Okay, goodbye.
handled it pretty well. Number 3, it is so dark, and this one is on me. I usually try to launch at sunset because there's a nice contrast between the pad lighting, the ground lighting, the rocket, the exhaust, and the sky. That's usually a great time to launch because
Oh, you know what we can do? Pals. Is this worth it? It might be worth it. I have some really nice footage from this. If we look in the proxies, it'll be there. Yeah.
just do a little film.
I have some really nice footage from the first flight that I can use for this. Shoot! Okay, so... Yeah, okay, so it's gonna be... Which... Okay. COO 30. 31, 32. Okay, just 30, 31. 38, 39, 40. 30, 31, 38, 39. I'm just going to bring these into this, to external, and we're going to bring the proxies in as well. 30, 31, 38, 39. This is like pulling teeth, man. I'm gonna finish. It's gonna happen. Here we go. 30. Oh no, they're sorted. Okay. Proxy. Attach proxies. Attach one. And it should be able to figure this out. Yes! Hurl yeah, my dude. Okay, great. Here we go. So this is a real nice shot of the camera.
Contrast between the pretty well. Number 3, it is so dark, and this one is on me. I usually try to launch at sunset because I usually try to launch at sunset because there's
Great. We got one of those. Nice contrasting motion. Going the other way.
sunset because there's a nice contrast between the pad lighting.
Get one of those. Some of this stuff makes sense placing it in here, some of it doesn't. can we get some better pans here, Joey B? How about? That's good enough. Why is the chat German?
Usually try to launch at sunset because there's a nice contrast between the pad lighting, the ground lighting, the rocket, the exhaust, and the sky. That's usually a great time to launch because it looks really cool. But if you can't get it right at...
And then, you know what we're going to do, pals? We're just going to add some real quick lumetri to this. And this is going to get us dialed, as they say. Boom! Doesn't have to be crazy, I guess. But I just want a little bit more punch to all of these shots.
Launch at sunset because there's a nice contrast between the pad lighting, the ground lighting, the rocket, the exhaust, and...
Okay, that sucks. That sucks a lot.
The rocket, the exhaust, and the sky. That's usually a great time to launch because it looks
good enough.
Looks really cool. But if you can't get it right at sunset, you lose a lot of light really quickly. And I played this...
Oh! I know what else. It is this boy right here. No. No. Okay, I guess we're just going to take the RX-100 and recolor correct it. That is... kind of don't love that. Test flight 2, flight 3, external. This goes into here. What is happening with the chat? I declare chat must be non-German. You can speak in Spanish or any other language, but I declare the chat must be non-German for at least the next 2 minutes. Alright, there we go.
Get it right at sunset, you lose a lot of light. Sky, that's usually a great time to launch because it looks really cool. But if you can't get it right at... That's usually a great time to launch because it looks really cool. But
Oh boy, the dogs are acting up.
That's usually a great time to launch because it looks really cool. But if you can't get it right at sunset, you lose a lot of light really quickly. And I played this one too close to the chest. For this flight, the motor failed to ignite twice before finally lifting off on the third attempt. And we have a bit of a theme going here. On the first flight of Sprint, it lifted off right away. On the second flight of Sprint, it took 2 tries. On the third...
Alright, I'm closing this window. Alright.
Pad lighting, the...
I could...
Right at sunset, you lose a lot of light really quickly. And I played this one too close to the chest. For this flight, the motor failed to ignite twice before finally lifting off on the third attempt. And we have a bit of a theme going here. On the first flight of Sprint, it lifted off right away. On the second flight of Sprint, it took 2 tries. On the third flight, it took 3 tries. It just be like that sometimes. These Apogee F10 motors that I've been using are really hard to ignite, and sometimes it takes a couple of tries. So for the next flight, I will have to launch earlier before sunset so that if something goes wrong, we don't lose all of our light. Number 4, the vehicle was much lighter this time. In an effort to gear up for some of these higher altitude and higher speed flights, I reprinted almost every single part with 1 boundary layer.
Oh no, I forgot about this. Okay, I have to offload the clips that I shot of this on my phone. Here we go. Okay, here's one. Airdrop. Airdrop to ya boy. Thank you. That's going in external. I got at least one or two more of these. Airdrop to ya boy. Right there. And then, is that it? That might be it. Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's just those two clips. Take these clips, bring them into external, try to keep the whole project somewhat organized. Okay, so I'll just take this clip.
The vehicle was much lighter this time. In an effort to gear up for some of these higher altitude and higher speed flights, I reprinted almost every single part with one boundary layer.
Okay. Boy, I really thought I had more clips of like lighter nose cones. Oh, no, okay, hold on. Yeah, I got that. That is it. Alright, well that's fine.
Speed flights, I reprint.
This is gonna go to 200%.
Printed almost every single. I reprinted almost every single part with one boundary layer and almost no infill, and I was able to cut back the mass by about 130. Able to cut back the mass by about 130 grams. Speaking of the mass, let's talk stats for this flight. We got up to 165 meters above ground level on an Apogee F10.
Okay, we're just gonna replay the launch over this. Okay, so that's gonna be this clip right here. We're gonna just replay
And
this.
Stats for this flight. We got up to 165 meters above ground level on an Apogee F10.
Okay, we'll take this. Hold on.
This flight. We got up to 165 meters above ground level on an Apogee F10, and this is an altitude record for thrust vector controlled flights. At least for me. It's definitely not a general.
Okay, we'll add a little bit of text. Here we go, new text layer. What was it, 165 meters? AGL. And this is too large. There we go. Do one of these.
For this flight. We got up to 165 meters above ground level on an Apogee F10, and this for this flight. We got up to 165 meters above ground level on an
Here's how I'm going to do this. Motor Apogee F10. But then boom, there it is. Okay.
This flight. We got up to 165 meters above ground level on an Apogee F10, and this is an altitude record for thrust vector controlled flights, at least for me. It's definitely not a general altitude record. The runner-up to this flight was the G8ST flight.
Here we go, gotta load more external footage. Losing my mind as I edit this video. this is... Oh, this is 2019. Okay, hold on. Wait, Launchpad photos, May 10th. This is the same day that I launched the... Wow, that's the same day that I launched this. That's pretty cool. Cool, I'm taking that. Nope. Out. In.
Definitely not a general altitude record. The runner-up to this flight was the G altitude record. The runner-up to this flight was the G.
Okay, 200%.
This flight was the G8ST flight that we did in May of 2018 with an apogee of 132 meters. We were so close to...
I gotta go faster than this. 300.
G8ST flight that we did in May of...
Nope, that's not correct.
G8ST flight that we did in May of 2018 with an apogee of a...
What if I went really, really fast with this? Like 1,000%.
132 meters. We were so 132 meters. We were so close to passing it on the last flight, and this one...
Stop.
Passing it on the last flight. G8ST flight that we did in May of 2018 with an apogee of 132 meters. We were so... An apogee of 132 meters. We were so close to passing it on the last flight, and this one certainly did it. The max of...
The last flight is flight 2. So now I pull the footage from there. This is such a nightmare. Oh my gosh. Please just... I just want to export and be done. But I want to make good videos, you know? You smell me? What you gonna do when you want to make good videos and you don't want to do the work? Oh, all right.
Six.
Just launch, you jabroni. Woo! That's a hot shot. All right.
On the last...
Oh, wait a minute. I can just pull from the title card. Hold up. I got import more footage, but we can do it from the title card, and then I don't even have to do any titles. Yes, this is the way. I want to be done, I want to be done, I want to be done, and I want to upload, and I want to be done, I want to be done. Quiero que be done. I want to be done, I want to be done. It feels like it's almost there, but I know it's not. I've been here so many times before. I want to be done, and I know it's not. Oh my gosh, please just... There it is!
Reached an apogee of 131 meters, and it reached a max velocity of 23 meters per second, just about 50 miles per hour.
Hot. Love it. Love it. Live it. Keep it going. Here we go.
Last flight, and this... Last flight, and this... The last flight, and this one certainly... On the last flight, and this one certainly did it. The maximum velocity was
another piece of text that says sprint flight number 2. Right? Right? Wanna be done, I wanna be done, I wanna be done, I wanna be done. There it is. Gotta make it real clear.
The last flight at
Not trying to make it match up exactly.
years. We were so close to passing it on the last flight, and this one certainly did it.
Oh no! Oh.
Apogee of 132 meters. We were so close to
Oh wait, hold on.
8ST flight that we did in May of 2018 with an apogee of 132 meters. We were so close to passing it on the last flight, and this one certainly did it. The maximum velocity was 46 meters.
Check this out, boys and gals. Oh no, I hate that. Never mind.
Certainly did it. The maximum velocity was 46 meters per second, and you can see it in the plot here. We start off at a normal velocity, something that we would expect from a...
Guess what, pals? The hour is nigh. What is the SpaceX post? I don't know what that is. The hour is nigh. Here's what we're gonna do. New doc. 2 screen cap. So what we need to do is add screen captures of the data. And first, we're gonna say at what time is this? 3:34. Z-axis vel. We'll see what this is in just a second, but I'm not going to do them. I'm going to do them all at once. It's going to make it a lot easier. Notes 1.
You can see it in the plot here. We start off at a normal velocity, something that we would expect from a motor like this, and then halfway through the burn, the vehicle engages like maximum yeet mode or something. Let's look at the acceleration data here. As the burn...
Okay. 344 is acceleration data. At 344, z-axis accel data.
progresses, things look pretty normal. That thrust curve matches what we see in the data sheet. But as it keeps going, we get this gradual spike in thrust. I am not a propulsion...
Oh boy. Can I get the more official data sheet than this, the NAR sheet is what I want. Screen cap scrolling through the data sheet. Yes, okay, that's what I'll do. At
thrust curve in the data sheet.
Alright, at 350. Okay. Oh, can you see this on the stream? There we go.
But as it keeps going, we get this gradual spike in thrust. I am not a propulsion expert. I feel like I say this every video now, but here is what I think is happening. This is what I would refer to as a casing debond. This is a rocket motor. It's a much larger one than a rocket like this would use, but it'll help us explain what's going on. This motor has two main parts. We have the casing, which encases the explosion, and then we have the... This motor has two main parts. We have the
I might do a little pop in for this. No, why did you do this? There we go.
In parts, we have the casing, which parts we have the casing, which encases the explosion, and then we have the propellant. Here's the nozzle, here's the end cap. This is actually not the propellant. You have small propellant grains that are in here, but high power motors work a little bit differently than the low power ones, so like just go with it. If we assume that this propellant is burning from one end to the other, we would call that an end burner rocket. That's what is used in a rocket like Sprint. Essentially, as this propellant slug is inside of this motor casing, We're burning from the bottom all the way up to the top, and once we reach the top, the motor stops. The amount of thrust we get is a function of a couple of different things, but one of the major things there is how much propellant is burning at once. If you only burn the end, you get a constant surface area of propellant that burns through the whole time. But what if the flame front starts to move up the side and chew off the rocket propellant that's on the side? If it can slip up in between the propellant grain and the casing, if the motor can get inside there.
Gotta make a little correction.
It can slip up in between the propellant grain and the rocket propellant that's on the side. If it can slip up in between the propellant grain and the casing, if the motor can get inside there, and the casing, if the motor can get inside there, it's very hard to illustrate with just these two parts. You end up burning.
Okay, I'm not gonna keep this.
Inside there. Two parts. Casing, if the motor can get inside there, you end up burning much more surface area and your thrust increases. So how can we confirm that this is what's going on with the motor in Sprint? Let's think about it here. If you have more surface area,
Do a little punch in. Just keep it moving. Oh, did I eclipse that? No.
With the motor in Sprint. Let's think about it here. If you have more surface area exposed and burning, you're going to burn through all of that propellant faster, right? You're consuming it at a faster rate just because of how things be. So as another reference, let's look at the data sheet for how long the motor is supposed to burn, which is between 6.5 or 7 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Stop. 5:28. At 5:28, more data sheet scrolling, mouse over end of thrust curve. Cool.
Supposed to burn, which is between 6.5 or 7 seconds. And then when we go back into the acceleration data, we can see it's much shorter than that. So we're consuming the propellant at a faster rate. So here's the thing. These are model rockets. This isn't real aerospace. We're not dealing with the tolerances and the quality requirements of the space shuttle boosters. These are model rocket motors, and they fail sometimes. That said, this whole channel is built around pretending I work in the real aerospace industries.
I might cut that out.
Quality requirements of the space shuttle boosters.
Yeah.
These are model rockets. This isn't real aerospace. We're not dealing with the tolerances and the quality requirements of the space shuttle boosters.
I'm not going to leave that in. Yeah.
Space shuttle boosters. That said, shuttle boosters. That said, this whole channel is built around pretending I work in the real aerospace industry. So I cut the motor open to see what happened inside.
Whew. Let's do this.
I'll say it one last time.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to redo this.
Work in the real aerospace industry. So I cut the motor open to see what happened inside. I'll say it one last time.
It's actually not that bad. I might want like one or two more things in there. Yeah.
See what happened inside.
CO11. Okay, so motor footage. It's going to be the motor footage, and CO11. I hate that I didn't make proxy files for this. This is crazy. Okay. Let's go over the proxy files. Oh my god, I deleted them. I forgot about this. This is a nightmare. Oh, jeez. Okay. All I need is like some sense of where I am with this. Put it in the vices, you... Come on, buddy. Just put it down in there. I need the shot of you putting it in the table. Oh, there we go. All right. This is infuriating. Oh, come on. Just do it. The sound doesn't even sync up, so it looks like that's close enough. I'll take it.
Inside.
Boy, there's one more shot that I really want to get. And it's me turning on. It's only because I look badass in it, but it's me turning on the angle grinder. Can we just dedicate everything to this right now? Oh, it's not zoomed out. Okay. Somewhere here, there is me turning on the... Oh, yeah, this is it. That is too dramatic. I can't do that. There's one... There should be a good one, though. This is too... I can't do this. Cool. That's good enough. Oh, come on, just play. Play back, buddy. Punch in for this. Boy, it's just not a great frame. Maybe I don't do anything with it. Maybe I just leave it alone. Come on. Yeah, that's fine.
say it one last time, I am not a propulsion expert, so I don't know exactly what to be looking for inside these motors. But I do know how to film things, so here's a bunch of footage and we can crowdsource this a little bit. If you fancy yourself a propulsion expert, take a look at this, see what you think, and let me know in the comments. I'll say it one last time. I am not a propulsion expert, so I don't know exactly what to be looking for inside these motors. But I do know how to film things, so here's a bunch of footage and we can crowdsource this a little bit. I do know how to film things.
I'm gonna cut this. I wanna line it up with the music.
If you fancy yourself a propulsion expert, how to film things. If you fancy yourself a propulsion expert, take a look at this, see what you think, and let me know in the comments.
What are we doing? What are all the numbers? Is this how old everyone is? Oh my god, I'm so old. I'm 27. Am I 27? Yeah. I'm 27. Am I 26? Oh my god. What's my age? I'm pretty sure I'm 27. Okay, hold on. $26! Oh my god! I'm 26. That's great news. I thought I was 27. I don't know, man. My age is one of those things that, like, it just doesn't matter that much.
If you fancy yourself a propulsion expert, take a look at this, see what you think, and let me... But I do know how to film things. If you fancy yourself a propulsion expert, take a look at this, see what you think, and let me know in the comments.
Okay, so now we have a little bit more.
Let me know in the comments. And let me know in the comments. Just see what you think and let me know in the comments.
Joe knows motor impulse is better than his own age. I'm actually not that tired. Abe says, I think Joe is tired. I slept really well last night. I just don't care that much about how old I am. All right, we're getting there, folks. Been going at this for just about 4 hours now. So, gonna make sure all of this volume is dead. Come on, turn off, turn off. And I pulled some of the clips that I wanted, but I didn't pull all of them.
I'll say it one last time, I am not a I'll say it one last time, comments.
Is this above? Oh yeah, it is. Whoops. That's too loud. All right, so first I do this. Is this sped up? This is sped up, yeah. This is so painful. 200%. Honestly, it's easier to just like scrub through. Like it doesn't get out of hand if you just scrub it. Oh. not good. Oh my gosh. All right, these are both CO9. So I really should have made proxy files for this. Okay, I have that shot. And now I want to do the shot where we're looking directly down. Patience. Patience, Joey B. We can do this. Did I not shoot down the barrel with this? Oh no. Well, I already have that shot, so that's fine. This is the other one, which I think is more interesting because there's definite unburnt area there. Okay, great. We're going from here to here. Like pulling teeth, man. Wash them, then I show this. Almost there, folks. Snare. Okay, we need like 2 more shots here, and those are going to be probably also CO9. I would love to get a shot down the barrel. Come on, Joey B, please, my dude. Give me a shot down the nozzle. Yes! Come on, man, this is not hard. Just point the nozzle toward the camera. That is the clearest view. I am botching this. Okay, there's that side. Oh. Am I gonna do it? Nope. No, I'm not. I'm just moving it around aimlessly. What a disappointment. All right, well, I'll cut it short then. maybe we'll just extend it. 150. Alright, that's enough. We are going to redo the song so that we don't have to play this game.
Finally, we've got the roll program here. I have a reaction wheel up top that tries to roll the rocket 90 degrees. Finally, we've got the roll program here. I have a reaction wheel up top that tries to roll the rocket 90 degrees about a second after.
Okay, this is good enough.
We've got the roll program here. I have a reaction wheel up top that tries to roll the rocket 90 degrees about a second after liftoff. That works great. It looked really stable, and then something happened during the pitch over. From here, I have a reaction wheel up top that tries to roll the rocket 90 degrees about a second after.
Do I have to do this stupid reaction wheel clip again? I think I do. Ugh. Nope, screw it. I'm not doing it.
After liftoff. That works great. It looked really stable, and then something happened during the pitchover maneuver. The vehicle loses control during this maneuver, and initially, here's what I thought. That works great. It looked really stable, and then
What do I show for this? Something happened during the pitchover maneuver. Okay, so we're gonna do a loss of control clip on 637. 637, roll loss of control.
Something happened during the pitchover maneuver. The vehicle loses control during this maneuver, and initially, here's what I thought. When the vehicle lifts off, it decides what the X and Y coordinates are. The vehicle lifts off, it decides what the X and Y coordinates are. Then it does a 90-degree positive roll. When we use the right-hand rule and we put our thumb in the direction of the positive vector, this is a positive 90-degree roll, okay? So we roll positive 90 degrees, the raceway is now on the back. Then, when we do our pitchover maneuver, we're pitching over on the x-axis, which is this axis here. So we roll 90 degrees, and then we pitch over on the x global axis, which is now the y local axis. I promise this will make sense in a second. When we pitch over this way, we have this free flow airstream that's still coming down because we are not immediately getting all of that horizontal velocity. We're still pitching over into the wind, which is coming this way. And my thought was that this whole raceway here essentially acts like a little bit of a fin. So when we pitch over, we would just lose roll control authority and pitch over like that, or rather roll in this direction. But that's not what happened. When we pitch over, we actually roll in the opposite direction. So I'm not entirely sure what happened here.
744-ish. At 744, roll going negative.
When we pitch over, we actually roll in the opposite direction. So I'm not entirely sure what happened here. I'm open to suggestions. In fact, I would like some suggestions. I think we may just be hitting the limit of the quality and the torque capability of the motor I have. I think we may have some weird coupling stuff. Generally speaking, I'm not entirely sure what this is, but I would bet that it could be solved by properly designing a roll control system instead of buying the cheapest components and just sending it. Anyway, if you want access to launch live streams, all of the raw footage, and all of the raw data for this flight and others, that's over on the BPS Patreon linked down below. Thank you so much to the folks who support this project and make it a reality, and thank you to you for watching. My name is Joe Barnard. May your skies be blue and your winds be low.
Lit! Okay, we got a couple more things to do and then the edit will be done. First, I gotta plug in this computer because this is about to die. Okay, that's step number 1. Step number 2 is I need to eat a kind bar. Okay. So now I got to make these clips. How are we all doing? How are we all doing here, pals? All right. So, I need water too. Okay. Here we go. We vibing. Playing KSP. Alright.
X-axis, which is this.
The hour is 9. Oh no! Alright, bad news. I usually use OBS to screen record what I need for oh my gosh, what am I trying to say? I usually use OBS to screen record, but I can't do that right now because OBS is being used to stream this this live stream. Hold on. Or here we go. Oh, we have our note. Favor for VFS Valley. I'm gonna show you this. Hold on. 1 minute. Stand by. You know what? Let's do the altitude data first. Okay. So here is altitude data. I think we're gonna do one of these. And then I think I'm gonna try to make this, is this roughly 16 by 9? Might be a little tall. I'm gonna get a 16 by 9 clip to reference
Let's
it.
try this.
About that high, and then we need it a little less wide. Okay, that's roughly 16 by 9. So now, go to QuickTime, and new screen recording. I'll just do this, and I'm going to record this so we can crop it if we need to. Start recording. So first I'm just going to get the altitude. I didn't tell myself that I needed this in the document, but I think it'll be worth getting. Now I go into Joe mode, which is still crazy that they made this for me. And here we go. We'll scroll through it. So I'm screen capping the altitude data so I can play it back in the video. Okay. And if you go slower, it goes much faster, which we don't really need. I'm going to go slow for all of them. All right, so we got that. Now we need the z-axis velocity data. And I think that may have like disappeared. Yeah, where is it, man? Where's my velocity data? The heck is this, pal? Alright, I'm just gonna overlay it on the pyro. Or how do I make a new one? It usually just happens automatically. I think I can just do it this way. Wait, is there no... Oh, this is the wrong thing. Flight 3. There it is. Body axis Z-vel. My gosh. Okay. We'll get it at the 0 crossing point. And then we'll go into Joe mode. Actually, hold on. First we do this, then we go into Joe mode. Perf. Okay. Then I need z-axis acceleration. That's probably going to be at about the same time scale. Maybe we'll go a little bit like this. Oh shoot! I can't use this. I need to do it this way. Here we go. Joe mode. 500. Okay. Then I have the F10 thrust curve sheet. I need to scroll through that. Okay. Just want some clips of my mouse moving over there. I don't know if QuickTime captures that. I know OBS does. Datasheet scrolling, I got that. Roll loss of control at 637. So we're gonna do the, I'll just do a new plot for this. Here we go. Z orientation. And then I have the set point. Ooh, do I not have the set point in here? Or a Z set point? Yeah, this is pretty much right. So we'll do Joe mode on this. Cool. And then roll going negative at 744. Nope, not what I wanted. There we go. Oh my gosh, please, just get out of here. Go back. Curve. Buddy. Can we not? Alright, refresh. Yes. Sprint flight 3, and we're doing roll going negative. Cool. We'll do this. Joe mode. 500. Oh, glitchy boy. Why? I can speed it up, I guess. That's weird that it glitched out like that. Alright, well, it's fine. It's just not super smooth. Oh, jeez. Okay, we've got that, and that's it. So now we can stop the recording, save as screen cap 1, under 27, test flight 3. And then it goes in here. Oh, this is a lot of work. All right, so now this is part of why it's so helpful. I can use these notes to reference what I need. 334 z-axis Excel data. Although first, let me see if I can find where the altitude data could fit, because I feel like we could definitely fit it somewhere. Although Premiere may have crashed. We'll see. I got the spinny ball. I wouldn't be super surprised if it crashed. It's been doing really well, so like, not a huge surprise. All right, we're killing it. Force quit. Premiere. Goodbye. Oh, encoder is probably not good to still be open either. All right. Test flight 3. No, I never do the previous project thing. It just... I don't need the recovery. I know I saved it before. Woo! All right. Oh, jeez. Allergies kicking in. Oh, God. All right. Here we go.
Barnard, and welcome to the Rocket Factory. This is Here are the main takeaways. Number 1, the pitch over maneuver. That is intentional. It's programmed into the flight software, and it worked pretty well. Number 2, the kick at liftoff where the vehicle tilts over. That's not intentional, but it's just an effect of misaligning the thrust vector control mount. It's pretty hard to get right on the ground, but the guidance system handled it pretty well. Number 3, it is so dark, and this one is on me. I usually try to launch at sunset because there's a nice contrast between the pad lighting, The ground lighting, the rocket, the exhaust, and the sky, that's usually a great time to launch because it looks really cool. But if you can't get it right at sunset, you lose a lot of light really quickly. And I played this one too close to the chest. For this flight, the motor failed to ignite twice before finally lifting off on the third attempt. And we have a bit of a theme going here. On the first flight of Sprint, it lifted off right away. On the second flight of Sprint, it took 2 tries. On the third flight, it took 3 tries. It just be like that sometimes. These Apogee F10 motors that I've been using are really hard to ignite, and sometimes it takes a couple of tries. So for the next flight, I will have to launch earlier before sunset so that if something goes wrong, we don't to launch earlier before I will have to, so for the next try. So for
Let's see if I can do this.
3 tries. It just be like that sometimes. If the next flight, I will have to launch earlier before sunset so that if something
It doesn't really work.
takes a couple of tries. So for the next flight, I will have to launch earlier before sunset so that if something goes wrong, we don't lose all of our light. Number 4, the vehicle was much lighter this time. In an effort to gear up for some of these higher altitude and higher speed flights, I reprinted almost every single part with 1 boundary layer and almost no infill, and I was able to cut back the mass by about 130 grams. Speaking of the mass, let's talk stats for this flight. We got up to 165 meters above ground level on an Apogee F10, and this is an altitude record for thrust vector controlled flights, at least for me. It's definitely not a general altitude record. The runner-up to this flight was the G8ST flight that we did in May of 2018 with an Apogee of 132 meters. We were so close to passing it on the last flight, and this one certainly did it. The maximum velocity was 46 meters per second, and you can see it in the plot here. We start off at...
There we go. Our first victim.
at 46 meters per second, and you can see it in the plot here. We start off...
Boom. Yes, queen. Alright. Let's brighten this bad boy up, because this is garbage. We ain't be bright enough. Okay, pals? I am just gonna, like, eat the crap out of this.
Alright, in the plot here. We start off at a normal velocity, something that we would expect from a motor like this. And then halfway through the burn, the vehicle engages like maximum yeet mode or something. Let's look at the accelerator.
Alright, this might need to be slowed down to like 70.
We start off at a normal velocity, something that we would expect from a motor like this. And then halfway through the burn, the vehicle engages like maximum yeet mode or something. Let's look at the acceleration data here. As the burn progresses, things look pretty normal. That acceleration data here. As the burn
Okay, this is a great cut right here. Man, it is gorgeous outside right now. I've got my windows open and it's just so nice. All right, copy, paste.
progresses, things look pretty... Burn progresses, things look pretty normal. That thrust curve matches what we see in the data sheet.
Shoot! Gotta go to 70% for this too.
That progresses, things look pretty normal. As the burn progresses, things look pretty normal. That thrust curve matches what we see in the data sheet. But as it keeps going, we get this gradual spike in thrust. I am not a propulsion expert. I feel like I say this every video now.
Okay, should have gone maybe
80. But as it keeps going, we get this gradual spike in thrust. I am not a propulsion expert. I feel like I say this every video now, but here is what I think is happening. This is what I would refer to as a casing debond. This is a rocket motor. It's a much larger one than a rocket like this would use, but it'll help us explain what's going on.
All right, what's next? 350 scrolling through F10 datasheet. Screw it. No. 528 more datasheet scrolling. That's great.
It's supposed to burn, which is between 6 B. So as another reference, let's look. B. So as another reference, let's look at the data sheet for how long the motor is supposed to burn, which is between. As another reference, let's look at the data sheet for how motor burn between 6.5 to 7 seconds, and we'll go back to the acceleration that we can see much shorter than that, so we'll see the count at faster rate. So here's the thing, these are rockets.
Oh my gosh, please.
So these are rockets, this is real aerospace.
Okay, that's what I wanted. The little mouse movement.
Sheet for how long the motor is supposed to burn, which is between 6.5 or 7 seconds, and then when we go back into the acceleration data, we can see it's.
Oh, hot damn. We get to use this clip again. Nice.
And then when we go back into the acceleration data, we can see it's much shorter. When we go back into the acceleration data, we can see it's much shorter than that. So we're consuming the propellant at a faster rate. So here.
Okay, I can do the whole thing.
Much shorter than that. So
do a title. No. Hold on.
seconds. And then when we go back into the acceleration data, we can see it's much shorter than that. So we're consuming the propellant at a faster rate. So here's the thing. These are model rockets. This isn't real aerospace.
Okay, that's good. Then 637, roll loss of control.
Liftoff. That works great. It looked really stable, and then something happened during the pitchover maneuver. The vehicle
Okay. Roll loss of control. Cool. We gotta take these settings for motion and lumetry. Whoops. Okay, well I moved this. Oh no, I like rescaled it. That kind of sucks.
For maneuver. The vehicle loses control during this maneuver, and initially and then something happens during the pitchover maneuver. The vehicle loses control during this maneuver, and initially, here's what I thought. When the vehicle lifts off, it decides what the X and Y coordinates are. Then it does a 90-degree positive roll. When we use the right-hand rule and we put our thumb in the direction of the positive vector.
Oh boy, alright, 744, roll going negative.
Roll in this direction. But that's not what happened.
Why do I keep changing the screen size? Okay, hold on. Effects, controls, motion, lumetry.
When we pitch over, we actually roll in the opposite direction. So I'm not entirely sure what...
Okay, that's too slow.
When we pitch over, we actually roll in the opposite direction. So I'm not entirely sure what happened here. I'm open to suggestions. In fact, I would like some suggestions.
Bro, I think that's it. I think we did it. I think that's a wrap. Let's watch it one more time. Yeah, that's got to be pretty close, though. What is that? Should be about 5 hours total.
Six, 5, 4.
Okay, hold on. It's having some trouble here.
Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Excellent.
Beautiful. Very nice.
Oh no, this is the clip that doesn't work. It has so much trouble playing back that... Oh! This needs to be italic. Yes, there it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Joe Barnard, and welcome to the Rocket Factory. This is the room where I build all of my rockets, and I thought it would be a more interesting set than my desk. This is Sprint, and what you just saw was the third flight of this vehicle. Here are the main takeaways. Number 1, the pitch-over maneuver. That is intentional. It's programmed into the flight software, and it worked pretty well. Number 2, the kick at liftoff where the vehicle tilts over. That's not intentional, but it's just an effect of misaligning the thrust vector control mount. It's pretty hard to get right on the ground, but the guidance system handled it pretty well. Number 3, it is so dark, and this one is on me. I usually try to launch at sunset because there's a nice contrast between the pad lighting, the ground lighting, the rocket, the exhaust, and the sky. That's usually a great time to launch because it looks really cool, but if you can't get it right at sunset, you lose a lot of light really quickly, and I played this one too close to the chest. For this flight, the motor failed to ignite twice before finally lifting off on the third attempt, and we have a bit of a theme going here. On the first flight of Sprint, it lifted off right away. On the second flight of Sprint, it took 2 tries. On the third flight, it took 3 tries. It just be like that sometimes. These Apogee F10 motors that I've been using are really hard to ignite, and sometimes it takes a couple of tries. So for the next flight, I will have to launch earlier before sunset so that if something goes wrong, we don't lose all of our light. Number 4, the vehicle was much lighter this time. In an effort to gear up for some of these higher altitude and higher speed flights, I reprinted almost every single part with 1 boundary layer and almost no infill, and I was able to cut back the mass by about 130 grams. Speaking of the mass, let's talk stats for this flight. We got up to 165 meters above ground level on an Apogee F10, and this is an altitude record for thrust vector controlled flights, at least for me. It's definitely not a general altitude record. The runner-up to this flight was the G8ST flight that we did in May of 2018 with an apogee of 132 meters. We were so close to passing it on the last flight, and this one certainly did it.
Knew it! Knew it! You see this little gap? I spotted it. That is a 1 frame gap. Your boy is an ace. Damn. Alright.
close to passing it on the last flight, and this one certainly did it. The maximum velocity was 46 meters per second, and you can see it in the plot here. We start off at a normal velocity, something that we would expect from a motor like this, and then halfway through the burn, the vehicle engages like maximum yeet mode or something. Let's look at the acceleration data here. As the burn progresses, things look pretty normal. That thrust curve matches what we see in the data sheet. But as it keeps going, we get this gradual spike in thrust. I am not a propulsion expert, I feel like I say this every video now, but here is what I think is happening. This is what I would refer to as a casing debond. This is a rocket motor. It's a much larger one than a rocket like this would use, but it'll help us explain what's going on. This motor has two main parts. We have the casing, which encases the explosion, and then we have the propellant. Here's the nozzle, here's the end cap. This is actually not the propellant. You have small propellant grains that are in here, but high power motors work a little bit differently than the low power ones, so just go with it. If we assume that this propellant is burning from one end to the other, we would call that an end burner rocket. That's what is used in a rocket like Sprint. Essentially, as this propellant slug is inside of this motor casing, we're burning from the bottom all the way up to the top, and once we reach the top, the motor stops. The amount of thrust we get is a function of a couple of different things, but one of the major things there is how much propellant is burning at once. If you only burn the end, you get a constant surface area of propellant that burned through the whole time. But what if the flame front starts to move up the side and chew off the rocket propellant that's on the side? If it can slip up in between the propellant grain and the casing, if the motor can get inside there, you end up burning much more surface area and your thrust increases. So how can we confirm that this is what's going on with the motor in Sprint? Let's think about it here. If you have more surface area exposed and burning, you're going to burn through all of that propellant faster, right? You're consuming it at a faster rate just because of how things be. So as another reference, let's look at the data sheet for how long the motor is supposed to burn, which is between 6.5 or 7 seconds. And then when we go back into the acceleration data, we can see it's much shorter than that. So we're consuming the propellant at a faster rate. So here's the thing. These are model rockets. This isn't real aerospace. We're not dealing with the tolerances and the quality requirements of the space shuttle boosters. That said, this whole channel is built around pretending I work in the real aerospace industry. So I cut the motor open to see what happened inside. I'll say it one last time, I am not a propulsion expert, so I don't know exactly what to be looking for inside these motors. But I do know how to film things.
Okay, this is going to be a little bit louder.
If you fancy yourself a propulsion expert, take a look at this, see what you think, and let me know in the comments. Inside. I'll say it one last time, I am not a This whole channel is built around pretending I work in the real aerospace industry. So I cut the motor open to see what happened inside.
Oh my gosh! We have to color correct this. I'm just gonna crush it with some contrast and saturation. Whoops! Alright, hold on. Great. It's perfect. It looks amazing. I'm so glad that I did this. Great.
I'll say it one last time, I am not a propulsion expert, so I don't know exactly what to be looking for inside these motors. But I do know how to film things. If you fancy yourself a propulsion expert, take a look at this, see what you think, and let me know in the comments.
Alright. Thank you. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah, no, gonna have to go way harder than that. Okay. Trying to just do a little fancy. Wow, this looks like crap. Too much green. gosh. All right. Exposure up so we can see the inside real well. And here we go.
Finally, we've got
Can you see anything in this shot? Like, is this a valuable shot?
Finally, we've got the
All right, close enough.
Finally, we've got the roll program here. I have a reaction wheel up top that tries to roll the rocket 90 degrees about a second after.
Do we have any other things that I missed on color correction? I got these. These are all good. G8. I don't need to color correct the iPhone stuff. That usually looks good enough on its own. This is a raw clip, which is fine for the most
launch
part.
Because it looks really cool. But if you can't get it,
yeah, great. That looks nice. And then these are already corrected. Cool. So it was just that stuff.
get 90 degrees about a second after liftoff. That works great, it looked really stable, and then something happened during the pitch-over maneuver. The vehicle loses control during this maneuver, and initially, here's what I thought. When the vehicle lifts off, it decides what the X and Y coordinates are. Then it does a 90-degree positive roll. When we use the right-hand rule and we put our thumb in the direction of the positive vector, this is a positive 90-degree roll, okay? So we roll positive 90 degrees, the raceway is now on the back. Then, when we do our pitch over maneuver, we're pitching over on the x-axis, which is this axis here. So we roll 90 degrees, and then we pitch over on the x global axis, which is now the y local axis. I promise this will make sense in a second. When we pitch over this way, we have this free flow airstream that's still coming down because we are not immediately getting all of that horizontal velocity. We're still pitching over into the wind, which is coming this way. And my thought was that this whole raceway here essentially acts like a little bit of a fin. So when we pitch over, we would just lose roll control authority and pitch over like that, or rather roll in this direction. But that's not what happened. When we pitch over, we actually roll in the opposite direction. So I'm not entirely sure what happened here. I'm open to suggestions. In fact, I would like some suggestions. I think we may just be hitting the limit of the quality and the torque capability of the motor I have. I think we may have some weird coupling stuff. Generally speaking, I'm not entirely sure what this is, but I would bet that it could be solved by properly designing a roll control system instead of buying the cheapest components and just sending it. Anyway, if you want access to launch live streams, all of the raw footage, and all of the raw data for this flight and others, that's over on the BPS Patreon linked down below. Thank you so much to the folks who support this project and make it a reality, and thank you to you for watching. My name is Joe Barnard. May your skies be blue and your winds be low.
Boys, it be like that. I think we did it. I think this is it. Should we send it to Media Encoder? Let's watch the intro one more time. I might try and cut back some of the audio stuff.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. Very nice.
Oh. Does this have color correction? Holy Moses. Oh my gosh. That's the original shot. That's bad. Now that's what I call bad. Alright. Close enough. Bros, I think it's time to send it. Bros and gals. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. This is exports for the wrong one, so I need to go into flight 3. Exports. Sprint. Test. Flight 3. FO1. F stands for final. O1 is the thing. This is a 4K thing though, and 4K with a file size of 700 megabytes is not going to be good. So I usually try and jack the bit rate up to like 30. Let's go to like 35. There's a lot of noise in there, and I don't want to crunch it. Screw it. We're going to 40. I don't care. That's plenty. We don't need that much bit rate, but I have the space for it, and YouTube can handle it. So, is it just me, or has your mic been peaking for the last few vids? Kind of, yeah. But it's so it's from my new camera, which is a bummer because it's a really nice camera. It just like keeps clipping on the audio, which is frustrating. All right. Let's create these queue items. Let's get it started. We'll do like a couple of questions, and then I think we'll be Gucci. All right. And we're, oh my gosh, 1 of 132. Yeah, let's take a couple of questions. So if you have questions or anything like that, let me know. I would love to chat. Let's see. Maybe no one has questions. I don't know. When are we carbonating tea? I had the blue tea for a while. I don't think I have any blue tea left, but I have plenty of tea. I just need the will to carbonate it. Oh boy. Is this gonna work? This might take a while. Joe, you can use an NAS to offload Adobe Media Encoder and speed that up too. All right, I don't disagree that an NAS is the right move. I don't disagree. That's what I'll tell you. But I have not yet done it. I've been staring at a screen for 16 hours now. TBH, actually not me too, but close to it. Or it feels like it, at least with editing. All right. Are we personally come knocking? Oh, ours will personally come knocking to build you one. Hi, Isaac. Can we get LTT to build Joe a NAS? That would be cool. I don't think he would do it for me, but Joe, you should make another Kerbal Space Program video. Yeah, let's do it. Definitely not tonight. I think I'm going to spend the rest of my night being in complete silence and darkness and not staring at a screen or something along those lines. But yeah, I would like to do more. Also, why do you pronounce it NAS, Joe? It's NAS, like nasty without the T. Is it really NAS? Itchy nose today. All right, I'm about to head out. This has been a fun stream. Thanks for stopping by, Chemfic. Joe, I think your theory about burning sides of the grain is correct. And by the way, can I use your videos in my presentation about linear algebra applications? Sure, yeah. I mean, don't just... I'm sure it's fine. That sounds good. Are you a propulsion expert? Very funny, Ivan or Ivan, however you pronounce it. Very funny. Yeah, NAS. Okay, so it's pronounced a NAS. It's not an NAS. Before I leave, let's take another look at the at the accelerometer data. That's a good meme, man. Boy, we got a lot done. There's quite a bit that happened during this. We cut up all of the vocals, then we did the launch stuff, and then we did the overlays. This is a whole video. I'll be honest, you remind me of Harry Potter today. Well, I don't have the scar. I do have some pimples on my forehead, but the glasses do it. Let's just hope it doesn't happen with the bigger long burners. JR, I do think it's going to happen with the G8. Or I think it's somewhat likely that it will happen with this. But we'll see. We'll see. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for stopping by, Casey. Are there reignitable model rocket engines? I mean, reloadable engines might be what you're thinking of. But once you burn solid propellant, it's pretty much gone. You also forgot how old you were, which is important. I did. Love your videos, Joe. Hope you have a nice evening. Thanks, Isaac. Jeff, how is your computer streaming and rendering at the same time and not exploding? It's definitely heating up. The fans are running. All right. Well, I don't know. We're probably Gucci Scoochie here. If no one else has any questions, I'm not going to just stream the 28 minutes or whatever it's going to take for me to render this. But is that an early pre-pro G8? I have the production ones that were sold for a little bit. JR, this is the pre-production. So they switched the way that they cast the propellant so that the models that you have, that you bought, should be... the models that you have should be fine because they switched the way that they cast them. They cast this just like they cast the F10, which has a lot of those weird debond issues. Gary told me for the H13s, the G8s, all of these other ones, at least for the newer G8s, they shouldn't be a problem. What are your PC specs? It is a Mac Pro. It is a trash can from 2013. I don't know the specs off the top of my head, at least. Model rockets are illegal in Norway. That's a bummer. Eric Spittle, thanks Eric, $2. Keep up the good work, but it's from Joe Wakefield, which I kind of love. All right, folks. I think it'd be that time. So I'm gonna head out. Thank you all for joining me on this silly little video where for 5 hours we edited a video. This is not going to be a common occurrence, but it was kind of fun to do at least once. I'm sure we'll do it one or a couple more times, but it was pretty fun. I think there's a lot of ways this could have gone wrong, and it didn't for the most part. So thanks for joining me. Thanks for hanging out. Look for this video. It should be up tomorrow morning on the BPS channel. And that's all. All right. I am going to end the stream right now. 3, 2, 1. Goodbye.